We would now like to begin the 10th Anniversary International Symposium of the World Heritage Inscription of Fujisan, Sacred Place and Source of Artistic Inspiration. Let me introduce myself. I'll be serving as the Master of Ceremonies today. My name is Misa Kajiyama. The two-day symposium today and tomorrow aims to communicate the importance of conserving and managing Mount Fuji and its outstanding universal value as a World Heritage well into the future as we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the World Heritage Inscription of Fujisan, Sacred Place and Source of Artistic Inspiration. We have invited leading researchers on mountains inscribed on the World Heritage List to share their research findings and to compare and discuss Mount Fuji and other heritage sites to provide insight into the future of Fujisan as a cultural property. Now, Ambassador Atsuko Toyama, Director of the Mt.Fuji World Heritage Centre, Shizuoka, will deliver a few opening remarks. Director Toyama, please.
Good morning, everyone. It is raining today, but Honorable Mr. Kawakatsu, Governor of Shizuoka Prefecture, and distinguished participants, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you. Mount Fuji is sometimes shy, and today it is raining quite heavily, but tomorrow I believe Mount Fuji will reveal its magnificent figure. Today we have a participant online, so those who are participating online, greeting to you. Also, we have participants from abroad as well.
I would like to thank you, all the people attending online from all over the world. We appreciate you taking time to join us. Thank you.
Mount Fuji has long been the spiritual home of the Japanese people. Mount Fuji is magnificent and beautiful, and it has been the spiritual support for Japanese, and also it is the object of longing and reverence for the Japanese people, attracting their devotion for generations and giving birth to various forms of art and culture. Mount Fuji has not only moved the souls of the Japanese, but also has influenced foreigners from far and wide. It is well known that Katsushika Hokusai's prints depicting Mount Fuji traveled to the West and created a new trend in Western art called Japanism. But it is also well known that over the centuries, many foreign cultural figures and intellectuals visited Japan, admired and wrote about Mount Fuji, praising how divine it was, and sent these writings to their own countries, spreading the reputation throughout the world. Mount Fuji, that we are so proud of, was inscribed on the World Heritage List at the UNESCO World Heritage Committee meeting in Phnom Penh, Cambodia in June 21st, 2013 as a Fujisan sacred place and source of artistic inspiration. So it is the source of artistic inspiration and the object of worship. As you could see, it says Fujisan, a sacred place and source of artistic inspiration. This is the official inscribed name of Fujisan as the World Heritage. This year marks the 10th anniversary of its inscription on the World Heritage List, and our center has decided to seize this opportunity to hold a two-day international symposium today and tomorrow, and the theme, Sacred Mountains in the World and Mt.Fuji. We have invited researchers and conservationists from Italy, New Zealand, and China to learn about the knowledge and insights of these sacred mountains around the world, and try to understand the significance of Mt.Fuji amongst all the global sacred mountains. And at the same time, we would like to take this opportunity to work together with the sacred mountains of other countries to protect the world's sacred mountains, which are treasures for mankind. Now, let me introduce the Mt.Fuji World Heritage Centre, where I serve as director. This is the building of our center. This building was designed by the world-renowned architect Shigeru Wan. It is a beautiful building with an inverted conical shape, and the local cypress trees are used to build this building. And when this building is reflected in the pond in front of it, it looks like Mt.Fuji. So the nature and also the worship and the arts relating to Mt.Fuji are exhibited using the digital technologies. And the outcome of the research of our researchers are shared through a series of the exhibitions at this center to spread the information about Mt.Fuji. 2017, in December, this center was completed with the support of the Governor Kawakatsu, and with the support of the stakeholders, we were able to open the center. Over the 5.5 years, already we are visited by 1.2 million people. It is located in the city of Fujinomiya, the next adjacent to this city, which is even closer to Mt.Fuji than where we are. So that was a brief introduction of our center. So about today's symposium, let me shed some light on the program for this symposium. In this morning, we will have a keynote lecture. So the first speaker would be the former director of UNESCO World Heritage Centre, Dr. Mechtild Rössler. She will be delivering a lecture titled World Heritage in Sacred Mountains. And this keynote lecture will be followed by the presentation by Dr. Masataka Suzuki under the theme of mountain belief and the Japanese people. In the afternoon, we will have 3 presentations on sacred mountains by experts. The first expert in the afternoon to present is Dr. Nobuko Inaba. She'll be talking about Mt.Fuji as a World Cultural Heritage. And also the Dr. Matsushima and Dr. Otaka, who belong to our center, will talk about Mt.Fuji and artistic inspiration. And then today we will conclude our session with the presentation by Dr. Paolo Cozzo, who will be speaking about the Sacri Monti of Piedmont and Lombardy in Italy. And tomorrow, we will at first hear about the Tongariro, the sacred mountains of Tongariro, New Zealand. There have been some changes to this program, but we are to hear about the sacred mountains, partially online. And then this session on mountains of Tongariro will be followed by our distinguished Chinese presenter, Mr. Guo-san, who will be talking about Mount Tai and the 5 sacred mountains of China. And then after all the presentations, we will invite the speakers back onto the stage to have a panel discussion. So that is the high level description of the programs for 2 days. I truly hope that this symposium will be a fruitful one. And through this symposium, hopefully there will be recognition about the value of Mount Fuji as a sacred mountain. And also we will learn about the sacred mountains in the world, so that we will develop the recognition that these sacred mountains are treasures of mankind for many years to come. So with that, we would like to conclude my opening remarks. Thank you very much.
That was the greetings made by the head of the center, Ms. Toyama. Next, on behalf of the organizers, actually I'd like to invite Governor Heita Kawakatsu, Governor of Shizuoka Prefecture, please.
Director Toyama and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of 3.6 million people of Shizuoka Prefecture, I would like to congratulate on this 10th anniversary of the World Heritage Site of Mount Fuji. 今日はこの
Well, this is a very important event and for us to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the inscription on the World Heritage. And I do honor Dr. Toyama, and I would like to thank you, Dr. Toyama, for your efforts to hold this meeting. She used to be the head of the culture, the agency, and also she used to serve as the ambassador to Turkey. And also she has a lot more impressed in operations. Now she's serving as the head of this the center. In other words, I think she is the right person in terms of the wealth of the knowledge and expertise. I think there is no more qualified person other than Dr. Toyama. I think in a way, I think Dr. Toyama is considered as kind of the goddess, in regard to this the mythology, including Mount Fuji, and actually, the descendants of that, and actually in the Mikoto actually is the person I'm talking about. Actually, Takamaga Haran is the place. Actually, he actually came down to the Mizuho land. Actually, fell in love with the person. Actually, this person, he fell in love with the princess in terms of mythology. Sacri actually is actually here to keep an eye on Mount Fuji. And I'm so happy given this opportunity. Actually, Dr. Toyama and her staff actually making the best efforts in managing the quality activities out of the center. Talking about Mount Fuji, well, the Dr. Natsuko Toyama actually made the original proposal, and from Germany, and Dr. Rössler, and from Italy, we had the Professor Cozzo, and from Japan, actually we have the expert in terms of the mountain, the religion, the myth, and Professor Suzuki, and also talking about World Heritage. Of course, we simply cannot ignore this person, of course, Professor Inaba. So now all these the important people now here, and also we have an honor in introducing the Professor Matsushima and Otaka. These two professors actually are the most important the resources as far as this goes. And also right after the Professor Cozzo's presentation from Italy, also tomorrow actually in New Zealand, Tongariro, and actually there are two people participating in this event and online. Waniko-san and Nogen-san. These two people are going to be with us online remotely, and also on Tizen from China. We are going to have Kon-chan Dr. Konchan. So we are so impressed with the star the speakers for this event, looking into this the world and heritage. So I'm so grateful for this planning. And actually, the very first non-Japanese person who climbed Mount Fuji was the UK person, Sir Rutherford Locock. Actually, it was back in 1860, right after we opened the Japanese port. And actually, July the 25th, and he went up to the summit of Mount Fuji, and he said, "I conquered." And actually, he shot his gun. Yes, this is a part of the historical documentation. For the British people back then, actually, Mount Fuji was not a British mountain. Actually, it was the mountain to enjoy mount climbing. February 23rd, Fujisan in Japanese sound. Actually, it was on that day. The current Naruhito, the emperor, actually was born on that day, and so on that day, actually, the Mount Fuji was registered as World Heritage. So there is a really the best engagement relationship, so to speak, between the emperor and also the Mount Fuji. And by the way, the emperor loves to climb mountains. When he went to the UK, and actually he went to the Britain Island, actually the highest, the Scottish mountain. He went there, Ben Nevis. Actually, he climbed that mountain, 1,400 meters in height, and also in Wales, the highest mountain, Mount Snowdon is what I'm talking about. Actually, he also climbed successfully, and England. You may not believe that there are mountains, but actually you are wrong. Scafell Pike is the name. Actually, 1,000 or less in terms of the height. And actually the highest mountain in England. So also the emperor actually went to Scotland, Wales, and also in England. Actually, he was able to conquer all these highest the mountains. So actually, the symbol of the Japanese people are mountain climber. Is the mountain climber. Well, that said, I think we are quite fortunate because actually this World Heritage Centre, again by UNESCO, actually this is is referring to cultural concept. This UNESCO actually has this concept: human beings and nature living in harmony. Cultural landscape is what they are referring to. And furthermore, it further evolved. Actually, the people are actually involved, and the second mountain, the Tongariro. So the cultural landscape concept is the actual perspective they started looking into. I think this is quite innovative, so to speak. And UNESCO, actually, the World Heritage Committee, but also Tongariro and the Maori tribes actually cherished those mountains. So the very first cultural landscape actually became the very first in the World Heritage. That was back in 1999. And thanks to that history, Mount Fuji, Fujisan, actually, that entity as a whole actually was looked at, appreciated from the collective and cultural perspectives. And now the Mount Fuji actually became a part of the inscripted the World Heritage rather. Well, the most sacred mountain, Shintai-san, and the Holy Mountain. It's just one concept. Even UNESCO and the people started talking about it. Actually, we had that concept. Actually, Omiya Shrine is the oldest shrine in Japan. It is located in Sakura City in Nara Prefecture, Miwa Mountain and Miwayama in Japanese. And 467 meters, and actually it is really beautiful in its shape, the cone shape. So that was an object for revelation, for the faith. Well, it is. I'm talking about the world of the myth, but we have a long history since the ancient time. The mountain was regarded as the god, holy the presence. or actually the god is going to descend onto the summit of the mountain. And also we have the Manyo poet collection, and the Emperor Yurak actually contributed his the poem, the second poem, Mountains and so the Gardens. They are actually all this the landscape is going to give us the best picture. Ama no Kaguyama is the Japanese version. Actually, it is you believe that we are referring to Kagunashi Minamiyashi in honor these three mountains. And then three triangular the mountains. Actually, they were lived by the gods to begin with. Emperor Jito. Actually, the spring has gone and the summer has come, and now the people are actually hanging the clothes under the beautiful sun. And also the another poem actually by the emperor. Actually, the gods are actually engaged in fighting in order to actually honor keep their own territories. Well, three mountains in the Yamato area, Bimnashin or the Kaguyama Mountain and Wibi Mountain. Actually, 1,200 meters or less. It is kind of a hilly area, isn't it? Well, the Mount Fuji, first start. Mount Fuji is really a high mountain. Back in the Asuka days, there was no religious practice. Kojiki and also Nihon Shoki, the oldest materials, 712 and also 720 respectively. And these materials, documentations were produced. Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, actually no reference to Mount Fuji. But in Kojiki, Yamato Takeru no Mikoto actually came to the Suruga area. And he was able to overcome lots of issues. Actually, Kusanagi, Yaisu, sword, and other, the names of those locations coming from those swords and others. But Mount Fuji is not mentioned. And also, in the mid-7th, actually, Kawakatsu, and actually serving the Shotoku Emperor, actually, he came to the Fujikawa River. But there is no mentioning about the Mount Fuji. Well, he came here in order to actually treat with the bad people, so to speak. So back then, probably Mount Fuji was not an object for the religious concept. But again, several decades later, actually, in the Manyoshi poet, all of a sudden, there's a very famous poet, and actually, the Mount Fuji, the height of Mount Fuji, actually is really there when the heaven and the ground are separated. Then all of a sudden, Mount Fuji appeared. Takashi Mushimaro, there's another famous story, if I may, I'd like to share with you. Actually, country, the region of Kai and Kochi, and then in all this, the territories, actually now we are seeing the very impressive Mount Fuji. In other words, actually Mount Fuji has been treated as a kind of god. Takashi Mushimaro, actually, the country of rising sun. Well, in this rising sun, Mount Fuji, it should be the most respectable the mountain. Purely Mount Fuji, back then, Asuka area, there's actually Mount Fuji was not that. But again, when it came to the Nara days, and actually Mount Fuji is referred to as the god. Why? I think this is a very important question for us to address. I think several points, actually, Kojiki, Nihon Shoki, I think are involved in the background. Kojiki, Nihon Shoki, there are certain differences between these two. The biggest difference could be found in Kojiki. There's no the Buddhism aspects, the Suiko, the emperor, and actually, there's no mentioning about those the emperors and Kinmei and emperor. Actually, how many children he had actually was mentioned, but there's no mentioning about the Buddhism. But in Nihon Shoki, Shotoku Taishin was mentioned, and also Shotoku Taishin, of course, is the father of the Japanese Buddhism. When it comes to the Buddhists, of course, they believe in this Shumsen mountain, actually pointing to the space. Actually, it is floating in the ocean. So between the ocean and also the heaven is called the Konrin. Actually, the golden place. Actually, below that is the sea. And Konrinzai in Japanese the word. Actually, the highest mountain. Actually, deepest the sea in the Suruga. And So it is that kind of landscape. Definitely, there is a strong influence coming from the Buddhism. Yes, many people believe in this kind of theory. There's another point I just wanted to share. Kojiki, again, has no the Buddhism descriptions, but but the Kojiki actually is produced from the day one of the space universe, consisting of 900 pages, and how the universe got started. Actually, in the heaven and in the ground separated on that day. Takamagahara, for the first time, the god came to here actually, and this god is referred to actually the god of the rains and the people. So this the Holy Spirit appeared there all of a sudden. And just actually when the heaven and the ground are separated, the god in Takamagahara became the god of the national land. When the heaven and the ground are separated, and now actually the god appeared in the form of the mountain, and the Takahashi Michitaka actually is referring to in the center of everything, and Mt.Fuji actually arose. So definitely they are coming from Kojiki, the pages. If you study the Nihon Shoki Otomo Yakamochi, actually is supposed to have edited this documentation. In Nihon Shoki, there are the annotations explaining this refers to that, things like that. So there's no doubt that there's a good relationship. Kojiki, Nihon Shoki, the original philosophy behind these two sets of materials actually are the basis to make the Mt.Fuji as God, particularly Kojiki. The heads of the everything, it is invisible, but okay, we can get to see the Mt.Fuji in our own eyes. So the Mt.Fuji, the visible in our eyes, and now that visible the mountain is now considered as the diet, the presence. This the philosophy, of course, is going to have influence in many areas as time went on. So since the olden days, and actually starting from the 7th, 8th, and the century, actually now we have this basic philosophy actually to look at this the holy mountain. So there has been major changes in the basic philosophy and among some people. Definitely Buddhism has influenced it. But at the same time, when it comes to mythology of Japan, mythology and actually official mythology I'm talking about, so how Japan, actually how Japanese emperor and empress actually were involved in actually making Japan to come to the birth. Again, this has been an official information we actually sending out the rest of the world. So then actually how Japanese people, the emperors are the descendants of the holy god coming from the heaven. So and it's not the North Pole, and probably the sun has more values or significance. At any rate, the emperor actually, the concept was created back in the 7th century. So with all these points in mind, well, of course, we're influenced by the philosophy and ideas coming from the foreign countries, but we believed in this cultural landscape. Even though we did not have that as a concept, but in 1992, actually, Mt.Fuji became the treasure of the world, and Dr. Rössler actually made a great contribution, and he's going to make a presentation after me. I think we're so honored to have access to his presentation. Well, this is, I truly hope that this international symposium is going to truly benefit you. With this, I'd like to close off my remarks. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor Kawakatsu. Now then, we would like to start the keynote address Our keynote speaker today is Dr. Mechtild Rössler, former director of the UNESCO World Heritage Centre. Her title is World Heritage and Sacred Mountains. So, Dr. Mechtild Rössler, please.
Good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. Mr. Governor, Mrs. Toyama, the director of the Mt.Fuji World Heritage Centre, it's great to see you again since the inscription of the site we celebrated together in Phnom Penh in 2013. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to be here today at the impressive Mount Fuji, and I wish to warmly thank the organizers and the authorities of Japan and the Mount Fuji World Heritage Center for the invitation. I have been asked to talk about World Heritage and Sacred Mountains, which is quite a complex topic. So what I will do today is to start introducing the theme. I will highlight some features of the implementation of the UNESCO World Heritage Convention, and I will also take you on a tour around the world before looking into conservation and management challenges and some further reflections. Now, sacred mountains are elevations and mountain tops which are venerated by people, and this exists practically in all regions of the earth. Mountains are often considered as revelation, as transformation of spirits, as sacred and secret areas. Mountains in some cultures are the center of the world, and in a few cultures they were considered so sacred that people were not even allowed to look at them. There are different aspects to consider. In some cases, the whole mountain relates to traditions, myths, to rituals and belief systems. In other cases, there are specific areas or spaces which are considered sacred or became sacred places with constructions of shrines, churches, or monasteries. Or certain features, geographical features such as caves or water bodies on a mount can be sacred. Edwin Birnbaum points out in 2023 the prevalence of mountains as a widespread human phenomenon highlights basic and cultural and spiritual values that deeply influence how people view and treat the natural world, end of quote. It is against this background that the UNESCO World Heritage Convention comes into focus as it protects both the natural and the cultural heritage of outstanding universal value. The convention was adopted in 1972 at the time of the very first UN conference on the human environment, which was held in Stockholm in 1972. But it did not come out of the blue. It was based on the UNESCO experience of the Nubian campaign since 1960, which you see here on the slide on the left-hand side, where UNESCO and all the countries which helped safeguarding and moving the sacred temples from the rising waters of the Aswan Dam. And it also came from movements towards an instrument for natural heritage from the United States, and here also of IUCN, and here represented by the first national park on Earth, which is Yellowstone National Park, which celebrated in 1972 its 100th anniversary. And it's also a sacred place for the First Nations people. Now, let me look at the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, which has now 194 states parties, and Tuvalu just ratified in May 23, so very soon we will have 195 states parties of the convention. And so it is unquestionable the most universal legal instrument in heritage conservation globally. It is therefore no surprise that a number of sacred places have been included on the prestigious UNESCO World Heritage List, which counts as of January 1923, 1,057 sites in 167 countries. Over time, the convention evolved considerably and also became an object of research and study. Especially the integration of new concepts drew attention, and among them, which was just mentioned by the governor, the inclusion of cultural landscape categories in 1992 and the 1994 global strategy for a balanced and more representative World Heritage List. A number of sacred mountains are included on the World Heritage List for various reasons. The search of the term sacred leads us in 23 to 154 properties in 70 countries. They can be natural, they can be cultural, or cultural landscapes. And over 40% of the World Heritage cultural landscapes are mountain or volcanic landscapes or associated or linked with mountains. And they are illustrative of the diversity of interactions between people and mountains over time, between communities and their environment. Already in 2001, at the expert meeting on Asia-Pacific Sacred Mountains held in Wakayama, we reviewed the concepts and applications for the Asia-Pacific region. Now, sacred mountains can be inscribed as natural properties, not directly referring to the associative values of sacredness. Some of them, however, are considered in relation with cultural values, so they can become mixed sites under both sets of criteria. As you know, we have 6 cultural criteria and 4 natural criteria, which makes a total of 10 criteria, which can be chosen for World Heritage nomination and then listing. If the focus is on the sacred place as such, mostly cultural criteria, and in particular criterion 6, which you see here on the screen, for the associate values is used. In some cases, additionally, natural criterion 7 has been used, and I will show that to you with some examples around the world, to focus on aspects of beauty, because the aspect of beauty is actually in the World Heritage Convention under the natural criteria. As you can see from this slide, the use of criterion 6 under the convention is restricted. And the committee had extensive discussions in this regard. It was less on sacred sites or sacred mountains, but more on sites of memory, like Auschwitz for the Holocaust, Hiroshima for the atomic bomb, or Robben Island on the history of apartheid. And these debates on memory sites continue, and you will see it in September this year for the World Heritage Committee, the 45th session, which will take place this year. On natural criterion 7, the situation is somehow different, but again, it is rarely used on its own. And the study on the application of criterion 7 by IUCN in 2013, which was entitled Considering Superlative Natural Phenomena and Exceptional Natural Beauty within the World Heritage Convention, has reviewed the situation over time. But more recently, a PhD thesis was published on this, the use of criterion 7 by Adélie de Mar, and it's called Cerner l'ineffable, l'appréciation de la beauté naturelle dans la sélection des sites du patrimoine mondial. She wrote it in French, but I encouraged her to write an English article about it because it's absolutely fascinating as she shed some light on the question of natural beauty over time in the context of the World Heritage Convention. Now, what I did for this session, I have assessed the use of World Heritage criteria for sacred mountains, and in many cases, either natural criterion 7, so for the beauty on the shape of the mountain, or cultural criterion 6 for the associative values is used when specifically considering sacred mountains. However, there have been states parties or nominating authorities which did not use these criteria when presenting the sites, and they focused on other criteria, either architectural or for rock art or for natural phenomena like geology, biodiversity, or ecosystems. Now, I'm taking you around the world on a tour, looking at different places which are considered sacred mountains, and most of them are on the World Heritage List or on national tentative list in the course of being nominated. Now, let us start here in Japan, going to Asia Pacific. First, with one of the sites I had a great pleasure to visit several times, even before the nomination. And it's the Key Mountains. We actually even did a film on a comparison with NHK between the Key Mountains and Santiago de Compostela on the pilgrimage routes along and around the mountains. Now, as you can see, the sacred sites and pilgrimage routes in the Key Mountain range, it was inscribed in 2004, and you see here the use of criterion 6 for the associative values, and these are really sacred sites linked by pilgrimage routes to the ancient capital cities of Nara and Kyoto, and it reflects the fusion of Shinto rooted in the ancient tradition of nature worship in Japan and Buddhism. And the sites and their surrounding forest landscape reflect a persistent and extraordinarily well-documented tradition of sacred mountains over 1,200 years. And I think the discussions we had in 2001 in Wakayama really influenced that nomination, and I had the pleasure to give a speech on World Heritage to 900 monks at Koyasan, and I was very, very pleased when the site got inscribed, and they shared their values with the whole world. Now, a number of Chinese mountains, such as Mount Wangshan and others, are linked to cultural traditions and landscape paintings and literature, especially poetry expressing harmony, calm, and joy of the mountain environment. Here you see the Mount Emei, one of the Buddhist 4 sacred mountains in China, and we hear more from our colleague from China this afternoon. It's among the key sacred sites and one of the Buddhist holy sites, and as you can see, it was also inscribed for the associative values under criterion 6. Another one from China is Mount Taishan, and here you see the use of both the cultural value of the associative sacred site, criterion 6, and the natural for criterion 7, for the beauty of this mountain. The sacred Mount Taishan, so Shan is mountain, as you know, is object of an imperial cult for nearly 2,000 years, including artistic masterpieces in perfect harmony with the natural landscape. And it has always been a source of inspiration for Chinese artists and scholars and symbolizes ancient Chinese civilization and belief systems. Moving to Australia, you all know this famous rock, Uluru Kata National Park in Australia, is a key site of beliefs of the Anangu, the people living here around that site, among the oldest societies in the whole world. And it was first inscribed in 1987 on the World Heritage List as a natural site for the desert ecosystem. And then this Uluru, the immense monolith, and Kata Tjuta, the rock domes located west of Uluru, form part of the traditional belief system of one of the oldest human societies. And today it became a mixed World Heritage property as it was renominated in 1994 as a cultural landscape and demanded by the Aborigines living there. And it had a huge impact for the management of the site because it's now today a co-management of the Aborigines and National Parks Australia. And they created their own cultural center. And when you go there, they explain what their belief system is, and I found this an immense experience to see that. Now we hear later in the conference also about Mount Tongariro in New Zealand, which is sacred to the Maori people. And it is an example that mountains are often venerated in relation to the ancestors. Now, Tongariro National Park is a very exciting example because in 1993, Tongariro became the first property to be renominated as a cultural landscape under Criterion 6, and it was inscribed after endless debates at the committee. I was there in 1993 at the committee, and it was hours and hours of discussions by the committee members. And some of the committee members said, but this is all natural. We don't see any culture at this site. And the mountains at the heart of the park have cultural and religious significance for the Maori people. And they symbolize the religious and the spiritual links between the community and its environment. And the park has also active and extinct volcanoes, so there was a whole series of criteria 7 and 8 for the spectacular ecosystems and landscapes which existed already since 1990. But 93 was a turning point, and I'm eternally grateful to Tumuti Huhu, who came actually to visit us in Germany when we did the first expert meeting on cultural landscapes after the decision of the World Heritage Committee to accept cultural landscapes under the World Heritage List, and he became later on the chairperson of the committee in 2007. So I had many occasions to work with the chief leader of the Maori people, and it was a long battle to get the site inscribed as a cultural landscape, but it was really worth it, and you will hear more about it. Now let us move to another site in Asia Pacific, to Nanda Devi and Valley of the Flowers. As you can see, it was inscribed early in 88, and there is a use of Criterion 7 for the natural beauty, and it's a rich, diverse area between the mountain ranges of Zanskar and the Great Himalaya, and praised by mountaineers and botanists for over a century, and important in Hindu mythology for much, much longer. But if you compare this site with the next one from India, you see also the evolution in the thinking about sacred mountains, because that was not a consideration for Nanda Devi National Park at the time of the inscription 88, but it became years later a consideration for Kangchendonsa National Park in India, and I had the pleasure to inaugurate the site after its inscription when I went to India in 2016. And I was very pleased that both the culture and the natural values were recognized, and because this is the world's third highest peak, Mount Kangchenjunga, and mythological stories are associated with this peak. And the mountain and other natural elements around the mountain, caves and rivers and lakes, are the object of worship by the indigenous peoples of Sikkim. And the sacred meaning of these stories and practices have been integrated with Buddhist beliefs and constitute the basis of Sikkimese identity. Now let us move towards the highest mountain in the world, which is also a World Heritage Site, Sagarmatha National Park in Nepal. Mount Everest is related to a female deity who lives on the top of Chomolungma, which is Mount Everest, but it was also considered as a special place in modern cultures due to its history of mountaineering, and we just celebrated also an anniversary, the anniversary of the first ascent to Mount Everest. So interesting enough, if you look at the criteria used, Mount Everest is not used for any natural or other cultural criteria except for 7. And today you would not see this any longer because there is a kind of hesitation to use the criterion for natural beauty alone, because it's, of course, in the eyes of the beholder. Now, the site was inscribed very early in 79, a year after the very first inscriptions, and it's an exceptional area with dramatic mountains, glaciers, and deep valleys, which is, of course, dominated by Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world. And several rare species are also found in the park, but this is not recognized under the criteria. And in the description, it says the presence of the Sherpas with their unique culture adds further interest to the site. I'm not sure that if this site would be nominated today, such a wording would be used. And it's quite possible that today you would also use the associative values under criterion 6. Now let us move to another region of the world, the Arab region, to another superlative area, the Kadisha Valley, the Holy Valley, and the Forest of the Cedars of God, is one of the most important early Christian monastic settlements in the world, and the monasteries stand in dramatic positions in a very rugged landscape. And nearby you have the remains of the great forest of cedars of Lebanon, highly prized in antiquity for the construction of great religious buildings. Now, the remains of the great forest of the cedars of Lebanon is already mentioned in the Bible. And here you see some of the cedars. The cedar tree are remains from the forest already renowned in antiquity, and the Epic of Gilgamesh makes reference to this forest and describes the cedars as sacred trees. Kadisha Valley has been a place of meditation and refuge, and with an exceptional number of Christian eremitic and monastic foundations, some of the phase of the very first expansion of Christianity. And the Sacred Valley, it's itself an invitation to meditation and prayer, and none of these criteria, I mentioned the 6 or 7, has been used for this site by the national authorities. Now, moving to another area, now this time in Egypt, the St. Catherine area in Egypt has been recognized as World Heritage Site since 2002, also under criterion 6 for the associative values. And the Orthodox monastery of St. Catherine stands at the foot of Mount Horeb, where the Old Testament records Moses received the tablets of the law. The mountain is known and revered by Muslims as Jebel Musa, and the entire area is sacred to 3 world religions: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. The monastery, founded in the 6th century, is the oldest Christian monastery still in use for its initial function. And its walls and buildings are of great significance to studies of Byzantine architecture, and the monastery houses outstanding collections of early Christian manuscripts and icons. And the rugged mountainous landscape contains numerous archaeological and religious sites and monuments, and it's a perfect backdrop to the monastery. Moving further south to Sudan, unfortunately in an area of conflicts and great difficulties, the Jebel Barkal and the sites of the Napatan region comprises a series of archaeological sites that are testimony to the important ancient culture of the Second Kingdom of Kush. The sites in and around their former capital city of Napata include tombs with and without pyramids, temples, living complexes, and palaces. And the pyramids and the tombs are unique in their typology and construction techniques. The Jebel Barkal could be considered as a sacred mountain and as a religious and administrative center on a natural hill. It is surrounded by a Kuru cemetery and royal burial places with pyramidal tombs. So most of the time you see a picture of the pyramids, but I wanted to show you a picture of the mountain. And since antiquity, the hill of Jebel Barkal has been strongly associated with religious traditions. And the largest temples are still considered by the local people as sacred. So you still have a continuous use of these places as sacred sites. Now, going to sub-Saharan Africa, you see here Mount Kenya National Park, which is the mountain of brightness, and it's related to the origin story of the Kikuyu. It plays still today a role in central ceremonies. And it was inscribed in 1997, also under Criterion 7 for natural beauty. And it's the second highest peak in Africa and an ancient extinct volcano. There are 12 remnant glaciers on the mountain, all receding rapidly, and 4 secondary peaks which sit at the head of glacial valleys. And it's a rugged glacier-clad summit and forested middle slopes. And Mount Kenya is one of the most impressive landscapes of all of Eastern Africa. Now, the other one is Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania, and here again, like Mount Everest, only included for its natural beauty under Criterion 7. It is an icon for us all and has the highest values for local peoples and for many other cultures. The story of Ernest Hemingway's The Snows of Kilimanjaro opens with a reference to Kilimanjaro, the highest mountain in Africa, whose western summit is called in Maasai the House of God. Kilimanjaro is the highest point in Africa, and the volcanic massif stands in splendid isolation above the surrounding plains, with its snowy peak looming over the savanna. And the mountain is encircled by mountain forest and includes numerous endangered species living in this area in the national park. Moving further south to Tsodilo in Botswana, which was inscribed in 2001, also for its associative values. And it's a group of rocky hills that is famous for its rock art. This rock art is dating back over 2,000 years, and the Tsodilo Hills has 4 Inselbergs, which have held a unique religious and spiritual significance to the San people of the Kalahari Desert. And it displays traces of human settlement over many millennia. It has one of the biggest rock art concentrations in the whole world and has been called the Louvre of the desert. Over 4,500 paintings are preserved in the Kalahari Desert, and the archaeological record gives a chronological account of the human activities and environmental changes over at least 100,000 years. Local communities in this hostile environment respect Tsodilo as a place of worship frequently frequented by ancestral spirits. So it's again a site which has paintings for thousands of years, but it's still in use by the local people today. Now, moving to Europe and North America, we have many sacred mountains, although some traditions are fading away, and we will hear about the Sacri Monti a little bit later. Mountains are, at the same time, are considered as a blessing for water in a fragile environment, and this includes rain clouds, such as at the World Heritage Site of Garahonai on Gomera Island. I have climbed these mountains many, many times because I learned my Spanish at school on this tiny island. And it's interesting that it was inscribed for criterion 7 for the natural beauty. It's a laurel forest area covering 70% of the park, situated on the island, in the Canary Islands. And the presence of springs and numerous streams assured a lush vegetation resembling that of the tertiary, which due to climatic changes has largely disappeared from southern Europe. While it was only recognized as a natural site, very recent archaeological research has shown its importance for the local people, including archaeological excavations of objects. And we were actually on the island once. An archaeologist discovered colors which were used probably as body paint for rituals, and they were found on the mountaintops. On the next island, which, so this is on the new research, but on the next island, the Teide National Park is a natural property, but in the Guanche, actually, if you go back, you see the Teide on behind, which is the highest mountain of Spain, and it's on another island, and it's another World Heritage Site. But in the Guanche cosmography, the Teide represented the ultimate sacred mountain and was also a symbolic reference for the Aborigines that lived on the other islands because they saw it. So you see here from Gomera Island, you see into Tenerife, where the highest mountain of Spain is located. Now, this new research, such as here at the Roca of Maria Pia at Garahonai, and archaeological excavations demonstrate that some of the mountains were places of worship and rituals. And you see some of the rock art. And that is only very recently, in this century, it was only recently discovered. Very close by, on another island of the of these islands, and this is on Gran Canaria. Recently, a site was inscribed in 2019, and it's called Risco Caído and the Sacred Mountains of Gran Canaria Cultural Landscape. And here you see again the evolution. The other two sites were exclusively natural area, although we know that there have been relations by the people to this site as sacred sites. But this one on Gran Canaria was inscribed for the cultural associations, and they used the term sacred mountain within the title of these cultural landscapes. And it includes a number of troglodyte settlements, caves, and proofs of the pre-Hispanic culture on the island, which evolved in isolation. So the North African Berbers came with boats to the Canary Islands and settled there, and used the islands until the first Spanish settlers came in the 15th century. And this troglodyte settlements includes also two sacred temples, the Risco Kaido and the Roque Bentaygar, where seasonal ceremonies were held. And these temples, they are thought to be linked to a possible cult of the stars and Mother Earth. And I believe that this is true, because from my experience for 10 years, I went every year back to the islands, and actually even the agriculture in the islands is still according to the stars. So it's still a living site in terms of some of the belief systems, which is very unusual in Europe, I have to say. As I said, this afternoon we will hear more about the Sacri Monti, which is another example in Europe. But I want to show you this one, which is the millenary Benedictine Abbey of Pannonhalma and its natural environment, which was the first Hungarian Christian monastery and has been influential in the spread of Christianity over Central Europe. It was created in 996, so 1,000 years later it became a World Heritage Site, exactly 1,000 years later. And at the time, in 996, Hungary was primarily a pagan or pre-Christian culture. And it is an example of an early Christian monastery that still is in use today. And the hill where the monastery was constructed was called the Sacred Mount of Pannonia, after the Roman name for this area. Now let me move to another one in Italy, which is Mount Etna, inscribed in 2013 as a natural site. It's a very iconic site with the highest Mediterranean island mountain and the most active stratovolcano in the world. And the history was documented for 2,700 years, so this history of volcanism. And it makes it a natural laboratory for the study of ecological and biological processes. But according to mythology, the god Vulcan, which is the Roman god for blacksmithing, had his blacksmithing forge underneath the Mount Etna. And the volcano is also known as Monti Bello in Sicilian, or Mongibello, or Montebello in Italian, which means, in Italian, the word literally means beautiful mountain. Although it was not inscribed for natural beauty, so I don't know. It's an interesting question why this was not taken into account. Now moving to the most sacred mountains in Europe, Mount Athos and Meteora in Greece. You all know Mount Athos, the holy mountain which is forbidden to women and children, is also recognized as an artistic site, and the layout of the monasteries had an influence globally on especially a school of painting in the history of Orthodox art. Now, Meteora in Greece is another mountain inscribed the same year. This one not under criterion 6 like Mount Athos, but criterion 7 for natural beauty. And the monks settled in these extraordinary columns of the sky from the 11th century onwards. And 24 of these monasteries were built despite incredible difficulties. And they show also the post-Byzantine painting development. Now, another one in Europe you all know is Mont Saint-Michel and its bay, inscribed in 1979. Perched on a rocky islet exposed to powerful tides, it's the wonder of the West. Gothic-style Benedictine abbey dedicated to Archangel St. Michael. And it's really impressive, and just celebrated is 1,000 years. So this is why I was digging out an old restitution from texts and drawings of its shapes in the 10th century. And you may have seen in the press that the President of France just visited the abbey for the anniversary. Now, moving to Latin America, to Machu Picchu, which served as a royal estate for the Inca emperors and was a religious site surrounded by mountains, in a very beautiful setting, probably the most amazing urban creation of the Inca Empire at its height. And Machu Picchu was inscribed in 1993 for both natural and cultural criteria. But actually in 2014, the Capagnan was inscribed, the Andean road system. And that site is an extensive communication network and includes also Machu Picchu with 273 component sites. So at Mt.Fuji, you have less component sites. Capagnan goes over 6 countries and 273 component sites. But for Capagnan, they also use criterion 6 for the associative value as sacred sites. Now, I show you an example of a site which has not yet been inscribed, which is a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta in Colombia. And the snowy peaks are called tundra and are considered sacred. And a number of indigenous peoples, particularly the Arhuaco, Kogui, and Viva, live in the indigenous reserves. And it is on the tentative list of World Heritage, and nomination is under preparation. And involving the indigenous communities, a project over the past 2 years, extra budgetary project. And they came to see me a couple of years ago. They actually came to Tokyo in 2005 for a conference, a symposium we did there. And they have a unique world view, cosmovision, connected to their sacred ancestral territory, traditions, and languages. And this system of knowledge has been already included on the UNESCO representative list of the intangible cultural heritage in 22. And it recognizes the fundamental role played by this ancestral wisdom in protecting the Sierra Nevada ecosystem. Therefore, you may very soon see the connection between 3 UNESCO designations, 2 site designations, biosphere reserves, potential World Heritage Site, and linked to the intangible heritage recognized under the 2003 convention. This brings us to another site, the Mount Arsungate, near the World Heritage Site of Cusco, which rises magnificently and is admired for the extraordinary beauty and respected for its place within the Cusco worldview. It's a sacred peak. And again, this is under the 2003 convention recognized for the pilgrimage to this mountain, to a sanctuary which is worshipping pre-Hispanic nature deities. Let me come now to some of the issues we would also like to discuss. Sacred mountains are often viewed as a source of power and have been preserved over time and can become centerpieces of conservation today. Many sacred sites have been well protected over a long time and have relatively low levels of utilizations and are high in biocultural diversity. And I'm very pleased that there was a considerable evolution in terms of guidance and management of sacred mountains since the Wakayama meeting in 2001. And here you see the sacred natural guidelines for protected area managers have been produced already. We also had the Tokyo Symposium I mentioned before, which looked at case studies, exchanges among experts, looking to prevent adverse impacts on sacred sites and called on more collaboration among governments and encouraged further guidance. And we also have a huge challenge today, and maybe we come to this later, including tourism, which is an issue here with Mont Saint-Michel, 2.8 million tourists, Mount Emai, the latest figure, 3.3 million. Maybe Gore will give us some more indication later on. So that is a huge challenge, and this is why at UNESCO, we have developed the World Heritage Sustainable Tourism Program, also the UNESCO initiative on the heritage of religious interest looked into tourism issues. So we would like to see sustainable tourism as a part of the toolkit which we prepared, the so-called how-to guides, which has Mt.Fuji on the cover, looking at best practice approaches, and your experience here can also contribute. Another issue is the climate change here, Nanda Devi National Park with a terrible, deadly glacial outburst, or on the other side you see also Gebel Pakal, I mentioned before, which had incredible droughts and then floods with emergency assistance from UNESCO. Again, many tools and guidance has been developed, including on climate change and including on mountains. Now let me come to some reflections and conclusions. Sacred mountains are really a constant source of inspiration, identity, and heritage, and I'm grateful that we discussed that over the past 30 years. I was looking back, I was quite impressed with the wealth of information. And let me therefore conclude with a couple of different points. The evolution in the interpretation of the convention has grown considerably, enhanced. We see an enhanced diversity of types of sites from different regions and many sacred cultural and places and natural environment. And we can also see more sacred sites on the list in the past 20 years, despite difficult discussions on the criteria, which I mentioned. Also, the UNESCO and the advisory bodies are now fully involved in the nature-culture continuum with projects. We noted a growing awareness among different stakeholders about sacred sites and mountains and their protection, integrity, conservation. And it became clear that the amplified protection of sacred places is acknowledged to contribute to biodiversity conservation. At the same time, growing threats have been identified, including over-tourism and climate change impacts. And also the linkages between the tangible and the intangible heritage have been more recognized over time. This is not only between the 72 Convention and 2003 UNESCO Convention, but also synergies with other types of protected areas and UNESCO designated sites. Today, more guidance and tools are available, and I think that further future updates of these tools should include new management practices, including co-management with indigenous peoples and local communities. And it is very critical to share experiences in addressing challenges, including effective visitor management to assist site managers, communities, local communities, indigenous peoples, but also national and international institutions. And finally, we learned that the protection of sacred places and the conservation of sacred mountains has overall benefits for biocultural diversity of tomorrow. Sacred mountain is a concept which is universal and found in all regions. It has its place on the World Heritage List. Sharing these sites through the World Heritage Convention with other cultures contributes to respect, understanding, learning from each other, to intercultural dialogue and peace. And let me conclude with an old photo of Mount Fuji, one of the first colored photos ever, a polychromic photo, and congratulate you to the 10th anniversary of the inscription of Fujisan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very invaluable speech. So could we have another round of hearty applause for Dr. Mechtild Rössler, please? Thank you.
If I may, I would like to now resume the session. Now, the presenter is going to be from the Keio University, Professor Emeritus, Dr. Masataka Suzuki. Professor is going to talk about the mountain brief and the Japanese people. Without further ado, please. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Masataka Suzuki. I would like to talk about this theme, mountain belief and the Japanese people. I believe there are tons of things I have to cover, but I try to be brief as much as possible. And first, I'd like to actually go through the outline of the mountain belief. And secondly, I'd like to go through the sacred area in the ancient times. Thirdly, I'd like to go through the mountain belief and the Buddhism. Buddhism is having a strong impact on this mountain belief. And also, I'd like to go through some of the opening of mountain legend. We have many legends. And also, the fifth item is going to be Kami and Hotoke. Again, from the opening of mountains and what kind of engagement we started having with Kami and Hotoke. Sixth item is going to be Shugendo. Actually, this is going to be the belief system at system level. Then, finally, as a seventh item, I'd like to go through the topics for the future. So, the first, mountain belief. When we think about this, the mountain belief, we need to look into actually the landscape of Japan. 73% of Japan's national land is comprised of mountains and the hills. And also, actually, there are a series of mountains actually from the fountain area. And also, we are having 4 distinct seasons. I think there are 2 important elements. One is the familiarity with mountains. Well, actually, the big mountains and also big rocks and also the animals and also the grass and the land and also the water and the falls and also the rivers and the lakes and the hot spa, things like that. So actually, new and greenery, actually flowers, and also the red, the autumn tree leaves, and also the snow. Versus also we have fear factors. Of course, Japan is the volcanic on an island. Actually, we have many eruptions. Also, we are sometimes having many effects from the ocean. So now we have familiarity as well as the fears. 2 aspects. So our actually the observation vis-a-vis the mountains actually would come into actually desire. We like to ask the mountain to help us to actually start raining and stop the rain. And also we actually praying to the mountains and to realize our aspirations. Actually, we used to be hunting and also farmers, and also we're involved in the field agriculture activities, and also we have the fishers and others, and also now we have the emperors, and also now we have the general public. Actually, we know all these different people actually have the mountain belief. 3 stages. One is starting from the foothill, going up, and also they stay there. Actually, now they are going to have quite a disciplined the practices. Also now going up to the summit and also coming back. So actually, if I'm not allowed to go through the 4 important points, the one is the source of the water. Actually, Mikumaru in the old Japanese. The Wakayama prefecture actually, Mizukura actually, the local people actually told me, Mizukura, this expression, actually, mountain is a tank of water. And of course, so the water is a source of life. So the source of everything. And also the gods of mountain, many of them actually, the female gods, and also the mother mountains. The second point is actually the resources of the resources, be it animals and the plants, and also the herbs, and also the forests, and also to produce the charcoals and wood and pieces, and also mines. The third point is, of course, it goes without saying that the holy landscape like Mt.Fuji, and so beautiful and so holy and so beautiful, and they are part of the daily lives. So the invisible landscape is taking place deep inside the people's mind. Fourth point. Mountains actually the source of the dead and actually are going to settle down. When people die, actually the souls of the dead and will start climbing the nearby mountains. Also, they're going to keep an eye on their family members and relatives. And actually, during the equinox sometimes in springtime and fall time, actually people get together at home, and then actually the dead people are going to become the dead point, the bridge point. Actually, we have to look at those functions. I think there could be 4 functions. The first one is the water god. The third one is industry-related, actually forest god, and also harvesting god, and harvesting and fishing, and also the metal god as well as hot spa god. Third is ancestor spirits, and furthermore, animal spirits. Actually, they are here sent out by the god, and a bit the fox, and also the raccoon dogs, and also the wolf, and the deer, and the doves, and the birds, and the eagles, and the snakes, and also the dragons, and also the tengu, actually the long-nosed, the goblin, and the izuna. So out of these elements, the so-called region came into being. And when it comes to the symptoms, actually, it is going to be the holy place. Actually, gods descend, come down, and also it is going to be for the Buddhism. Actually, it is going to be. This is a place where the dead people's soul will be there and purified. Actually, in the mountain, the deep mountain is referred to as actually inside the body of the females. The god inside the mountain is invisible, but those invisible, the gods are becoming visualized, and thanks to the Buddhism statutes. Those Buddhist statues came to Japan. Actually, it is that time. Actually, people get to see the god and diet and the presence. So the mountains interpreted as the kami and the hotoken and the diets. And this is the water. This is the picture from the Chokaizan mountain. Actually, from the belly of the mountain, water is coming out. And there is very little the instruction of Dodo, and this is the Mt.Fuji, actually Wakutama on the lake. So it is actually there is a shrine instruction where the water is coming out. And also this is in Gasan, actually source of the dead, and actually are there. So the Gasan is well known for that. And moving on, the spirit of the animals. Actually, there's a strong belief in the wolves. That is, we are not having wolves, but actually, actually there is a very famous the Musashi Mitake famous and for the wolf-related belief, and Mitsumine Jinja. Actually, in the olden days, actually we used to have those things and placed on the houses. And go ho-in, this another aspects. Again, Kumano nature, actually, the messenger, the sender is the black crows. And with the characters, actually, Hikosan actually is the eagles, and actually Japanese characters combined. So these actually are playing a very important role to how the ease the minds of the people. Okay, now that's it. Okay, the mountain as the other world and the boundary. Other world. not this land. So that's a heavenly world, and also it is purified and uphand. And for the Buddhism, for the Shintoism, and also for the dead, actually ancestors there, as well as the evil spirits are there, and then the hells, and also the mandala, the walls. And the important thing is that this is the boundary. Actually, the other world and then current world. Actually, this boundary, kekka and shimekake. Shime means actually you are supposed to put on this white things. And harai kake, actually with water you're going to purify yourself. At Fujisan, it's referred to as a fujian in Japanese. Actually, you are supposed to actually change the footwear made with the thoughts, and also sans river. So actually, these are playing the kind of the separating boundary and this world and that world. So this world as well as the other world, and actually in the shrine, shrines are actually Gegu, Chugu, Jogun, actually in the middle and the top and the bottom. So the 3 stages. This shows the hell at Tateyama and also the heaven. What you see here is actually the hells and the heavens actually are well described in here. Tateyama, deep inside the Tateyama, actually there is actually this female god actually controlling this the blood in the pond. Actually, the females actually were banned to climb the mountain there. And actually, there is kashin. Actually, from this point onward, usually the women are not allowed to enter further. But once in a year, the women will be allowed actually to make a tradition on one day throughout the year. Actually, it is going to be taking place and in night time when in the night actually the equal hours between the night and also the daytime. Actually on this equinox days, and actually there's Ombasama, actually the female god is mentioned there.
And also there's a Datsu Eba, where a boundary against women, and also Dorogawa, which is also a barrier on Mount Omine against women, and those the mothers of these ascetic monks who opened the mountain could not climb the mountain, so these shrines were enshrined for these women. And there is the boundary gate against women on Mount Omine, so there's a very strong opposition movement by feminists. So Rössler-san, when this was inscripted as a World Heritage, said that there's a similar practice on Mount Athos and persuaded them. So no women admitted. This kind of a poster is not only in Japanese but English, but it's probably necessary in Chinese and South Korean as well. So there's a hall for prayer for women called the Nyonindo, which is a Japanese heritage site, but women cannot go beyond this. In the case of Koe-san, the middle portion, that is the Butsudo Garan and Okunoin, is prohibited to women, but there is a boundary road for women, and so you can make a round of this boundary road for women, so they can climb from 7 entry points for ascents, but only one of these 7 now remain. Meanwhile, the Amida or Amitayus, this is where Bodhisattva resides, and this is called the Midai-zama. And also, this is the Osorezan, Gokura-hama, the shore of pure land, where this can invite people to heaven. Meanwhile, on the mountain, there are some monsters, non-personal deities living there, and there's a Nikko and other temples which enshrine the Tengu, which are these long-nosed monsters. And this is Kenchoji Temple in Kamakura, where there is a Tengu with wings. And also the mountain itself is said to be the habitat of Tengu. This is Tengu Mountain, and there you can see the wooden clogs said to have been worn by Tengu. These are huge wooden clogs that are too large for normal people. And this is in Kyushu, Mount Hikosan, and there are also Tengu myths there. And Oni also come down from the mountains, and this is the Oni from Hana Matsuri festival. And once in 4 years, these Oni or goblins will come down from the mountains and go make rounds of the homes and will purify people's ailments. And also, there's a yokai called the Old Women, Yamamba. And Yamamba is also the mountain witch, also is a Japanese folk monster that lives in mountains. So how should you consider the mountains for the normal folks? There's a link between mountain and death, because mountains are always linked with death. Yama is actually the hidden word for a funeral. And when the community was involved in funerals, mountains were linked to many funeral-related words. Especially in Tohoku, in Shimokita, it says if you die, you go to the mountains, which means that if you die, the spirits of the dead will go to the mountains. And during the East Japan Great Earthquake in 2011, the spirits of those who died and perished in the tsunami, people heard those spirits rising or ascending the mountains, they say. So there are many other places to pay homage to those ancestors. And we call this Sanchu Takai-kan, which means viewing the mountains as another world. And also, it's very important to look at temples and the names of mountains, because many temples in Japan have the name Yama, something mountain. And no research has been done on this, but apparently this goes back to the Muromachi era. During the Edo era, the Jidan system was introduced, that Buddhist temples became involved in people's funerals. But the people, of course, linked death with mountains, and that probably was the backdrop to this practice. And this is Hayama, which is a place close to the Sato in Mount Haguro. It's a 400-meter tall mountain where there's dead spirits come, and this is a shrine now. So even though it's a shrine, they make offerings to dead spirits using a toba or wooden funeral posts. And this is Morikuyo, where the people who died during birth, childbirth, or who died caused by floods. These dead spirits are offered offerings just 3 days a year. But no one is allowed to enter the mountain on other days. And now, as these dead spirits go elevate the mountain, they go to the peak of Mount Gasan, and the gohei changes from white to red. And the red means bird. That is, the spirits of the dead will ride these red birds to the apex of the mountain. Now, when you send dead spirits from Mount Gasan to the village on the first day of the Bon Festival, then the homes, when they see this fire being lit at the top of Mount Gasan, will know that the dead spirits are now coming down from the mountain. And this is in Ise Okunoin. And Takemairi is a new concept where the dead spirits will ascend this mountain after they're dead. So you have to pay homage to them at the foot of the mountain. Also, this is an offering for dead spirits, especially the dead spirits who were not worshipped elsewhere could be taken here. And in Yamagata, which is in Yamagata Prefecture, there is an offering to the dead spirits using rocks. And this is the Sai-no Kawara, entrance to the hell, which is the barrier between this and the other world. And especially for children who died young, it's difficult for them to go to heaven. So the parents will then pay homage to them and pray for them. And the mountains for the people also have a link to life, especially after the 17th century. The mountain belief became more popularized, and voluntary associations called core were organized to organize groups of people who want to climb a certain mountain for worship. And so they will climb the mountain and pray for bountiful harvest, for fertility and prosperity of the family. And so in the 17th century, they would not only climb the mountain, but will also pay homage to the temples and shrines there. And so many avenues on roads were developed, and people became more affluent economically. So they will take these trips, pleasure trips, to these mountains. And also, it was there were places. These were places where young people always go, and it was also incorporated into the initiation ritual for coming of age. And we call this Daisanko, where people will stash up money, and one person, representative of the community, will make that trip once a year in rotation. And so once you develop these core voluntary associations, then the inns and lodges became shukubo, which are lodging for pilgrims at temples, and they will be involved in giving a lodging, but also to praying for them, etc. And so shugen, so ascetic monks, became the leaders. But there's always some rituals you have to go through in entering the mountain. One is to purify yourself. You had to wear white robes, and then a straw hat and straw slippers, and with a kongo tsue or a cane, and also to chant sange sange. So now we are at the middle of the 19th century. This is many people climbing up to Mount Fuji. Now, at the foot of Mount Fuji, there's a Fuji Yoshida, which is a temple-based lodging for pilgrims, and they used to be for free. Now it's for charge, and you can see these shrines there. And one case of characteristic of Mount Fuji is that there are areas where you can climb or delineated, and it's a grassed tree, and Yakeyama means burnt mountain, but so bare mountains that's being burnt off. So these are the three regions by elevation. And if you look at an old diagram, you can see Mount Fuji divided into these three zones, especially when you look at Fuji from the Yoshida side, you can see that Mount Fuji has three different zones, and this is a further classification from stages 1 to 10. They're divided into 10 stages, and at each stage, some deity or Buddha was enshrined. This is the current Fujiko. This is from the Kitaguchi pilgrimage route. And this is me. This is Daisen that I met for Fujiko. There is a shrine called Fujizuka in Tokyo, and this is an 84-year-old man. And apparently the festival will be held at the Fujizuka in Tokyo tomorrow. This is Mount Kiso Ontake, which is very famous for climbing for worship or worship ascent, and many people do that. And these are the deities enshrined after their death on top of the mountain. And when you climb the apex, and then there's the oza, the spirit possession ritual. And there was a volcanic eruption recently, so this is done. This ritual is held at the foot of the mountain now. And when you climb the mountain, it gives you special spiritual powers, and you can demonstrate your powers at the foot of the mountain by this fugenreijo, or walking on fire barefoot, and also climbing a sword ladder. I've done this before, and if you do it right, if you step right vertically on the swords, then you don't cut yourself. And now there are many names to mountains: Yama, Take, Mine, Mori, and Yama has a very wide, diverse meaning. but the most sacred of yama or mountains are always affixed or prefixed with the name O or Mi. And Oyama or Miyama and Take is a big and sharp mountain or ridge. And you may do takemairi, that is to climb the mountain to worship the dead. And Mine is a series of ridges. And Shugendo, the ascetic monks, focused on this area. And Mori is forest, which becomes a shrine or can also be used as the word for mountain as well. So this is the English version.
Yamatake Mine Mori. As you say, we have those Chinese characters and different characters. I think, when it comes to the two, would you please pay attention to the second and the third one? Actually, in Take, actually, there is soon to be a steep mountain, and the Mine, actually, the Yama, the Chinese character is on the top. So, by having these characters, actually, we have a tendency to show the degrees of the holiness. God is coming from the mountains every year. This is Toyama. Actually, during the winter days, and actually, the gods are going to come down from the mountain. This is going to be a song inviting the gods. Then actually, the gods and actually travel down, riding the clouds. Actually, the snow is blowing there, but during the night hours, actually, it has become the rather big the ice pieces. Actually, the old Japanese the calendar, November is going to be quite important. It is going to be close to the winter equinox. Actually, there the spirit level of human beings actually are coming down. So that is why we like to depend upon the diet. Actually, we have the mountain of Hotoke and the mountain of Kami. Actually, 115 years ago, actually, due to the rules on by the top. Then the people actually they are separated, but then the names actually were remained. Again, there we have many Hotoke mountain. We have many of them, and also we have the Kami mountains. Not many, but also Shinsen actually mountains. Actually, natural the phenomenon actually using the moon and also the fire and also the snow. This is Mountain Amida. Yes, and actually seems to be actually in a line down, looks like on a face. So this is another shape of the brief. This is the mountain Fugen. This is a volcanic mountain. In Tateyama, we have Mount Dainichi, very important, and Verokasa is shrine there. And also we have Mount Myoko. This is Shumero, by the way. This is going to be the very central on the mountain in the world of the Buddhism. The Ho-O Sanzan, again located in Yamanashi Prefecture, and right in the center we have Mount Jizo. Obelisk mountain is there, and many people worship it. And this is Mount Kubote. And this is the snow in the shape at Jonan, actually in around mid-April. Actually, the old people are going to start planting, and that is acting as actually the god to help the farmers. The Kami and the Hotoke. It's rather difficult to explain the difference between the Kami and the Hotoke. And the belief in the mountain, also the Buddhism actually were connected and resulted in the diversified Japanese culture. In other words, the Kami Hotoke had a really good encounter there, resulting in the diversified culture. For the Buddhism, of course, the people are required to have the disciplines deep inside the mountain. But now they are coming down to actually the temples. And of course, Hiei-san and also Koya-san are well known as the typical the areas. So actually, we have Shinbutsu Shugo, and Buddhism and Shintoism actually were connected for more than 1,000 years. The complex phenomenon, combinatory interaction between Kami and Hotoke in the official English explanation, and actually very well known the temples, and also the sacred the situations. Actually, in the ancient areas, how the people thought about actually mountains. Actually, it is the prohibited areas. You're not supposed to actually climb up the mountain. Actually, you just stay where you are and just look up the mountain. Actually, mountains is resulted by the God, the spirit. If you go there, you are going to actually get angry from the God, and that may result in the big the problems in terms of the weather, in terms of the natural phenomenon. This has nothing to do with the gender. Actually, sometimes actually we went too far and to prohibiting the women. This is a well-known mountain called Mount Miwa. Actually, it is located in the southern part of the prefecture. This shows the climbing route, and starting from the ground point. Actually, you're not supposed to climb up. There is no the main structure, so you simply cannot climb up. But there is a very special boundary, a gate of boundary, so no climbing up from that point onward. Of course, nowadays, as long as you are allowed, of course, you can do that. You can actually go there. But actually, there are 3 types of enshrined rock. This is at the bottom, as in the middle place, and also the deep inside. So they are supposed to be very holy places. So all in all, and we have an expression called kamnabi. Well, this is also appearing in the Manyoshu the collection. It's not just limited to the mountains. Actually, the diets and how the dieties can be found in the river and other natural landscapes. Of course, this is one of the concepts actually built upon by the scholars. So the gods are not necessarily limited to the mountains. Actually, gods could be the living in the forest and also the river systems. That said, actually, it seems to me that it goes beyond our basic knowledge of human beings. Actually, entering into the possessed and dwelling in the 3 concepts. In English, entering into and possessed and dwelling in. This is not a perfect translation, but I hope you are getting good meaning. For example, Shintai-zan actually is a newly created concept in the modern times. So kamnabi, the points I've just dwelled upon, actually that actually is associated with political things and Asuka during actually the gods are actually residing in the neighborhood, and Fujiwara-kyon actually the 3 the mountains in Yamato. The south is Yoshino, Mount Yoshino. Actually the holiness. And also at the time for the Heijō-kyo, actually Kasuga, and also Heian-kyo, actually different the belief. And actually the 4 directions and also the mountain are connected. Actually, that has been actually created in many other areas, what we call the small Kyoto, and also it has come to the Edo. Nikko-san is a case in point. Actually, supposed to protect the shogunate. And from the 3 mountains in Yamato and moving on to Kyoto. In the case of Kyoto, actually they have the Chinese philosophy for the guardian deities. Actually, keep an eye on the safety of this community. That said, next we have a gate of Oni, demon, what we call the Kimon. Actually, we have to keep an eye on actually the northeast and also the south now, the south west south rather. And you have to actually protect these particular directions. Otherwise, you simply cannot enjoy the peaceful lives. So the mountain belief and the political power are connected. So actually, there is a close connection between the mountain and the belief, and also many politicians wanted to actually leverage these beliefs coming from the mountains. Actually, we have many examples in this. Actually, actually started from the Asuka, Nara, Kyoto, moved up in the north direction. And another one is an Asuka, Yoshino, Kumano. That direction actually coming down to the south, actually centering around the mountains. As for the Kumano, actually we have the ocean. Actually, again from Tohoku region, also having good influence all the way down to Okinawa, the region. And in the second stage, actually, we have created something quite unique as for the relationship between the mountain and the reef. And actually, that is why these mountains actually were registered.
Now then, where was the encounter of mountain belief and Buddhism? It was in the first half of the 6th century that Buddhism came into Japan, but Buddhism, rather than being a doctrine, was utilized in a more practical manner. There are 3 ways. One is Buddhism as something magical, as that is dharani, or to chant the Buddhist prayer, so sort of sorcery. And next is the belief in shinsen, that is becoming immortal, and the need to do ascetic practice in the mountains to become immortal. And third is Kokuzo Jimonji Ho, which leads to the teachings of Kukai, that is the deepening of the ascetic practices in the mountains. So the last old mountain temple was, although it's not very well known, was between Asuka and Yoshino. And because Yoshino was called the center of immortality and was very important. And in Buddhism, there is gaku and gyo, that is the learning of the tenets and the actual ascetic practice, and the place to do both were between Asuka and Yoshino. And Isoyamadera was actually the center for the mountain ascetic practices of the scholastic monks. And there are 2 places. The Mount Ryumon Temple was one of the centers. That was one of the ancient temples, which was built in the mid-7th century, and the other is after the 7th century, And the other is Hisoyama-dera, which has changed quite dramatically, but from the latter half of 7th to 8th century was very prosperous. And this is the legend of the oldest Buddhist statue. When Buddhism came from Kudara, then a Buddhist statue, 2 Buddhist statues were made, and this is in Yoshino-dera. This is placed in Yoshino-dera. And so a temple in Yoshino-dera back then would have been Hisoyama-dera. So that's a legend. And this is the current Hisoyama-dera now. Yoshino is to the south, and Sessonji is on the north. And when you go northwest, you reach Asuka. So from Asuka to Sessonji Temple and Sessonji Hiso-dera to Yoshino. So Yoshino became the center of a specific unique mountain belief called Shugendo in Japan. Now, what was done at Hisoi-dera? It was the Kokuzo Kyumonji Ho, which was an initial esoteric type of Buddhism. And if you chant these words 1 million times, then you'll be able to increase your memory span, it said. And this was brought in from the Tang Dynasty in China and took root in this Hisoyama-dera. And Gangoji Temple has a very close relationship with this temple. This is a Kokuzo Bosatsu statue. And Kokuzo and Kukai, of course, monk Kukai was deeply involved in this movement. And Kukai first opened ascetic practice in Nara, but then gradually he learned the Kokuzo Kyumonji Ho and decided to enter the mountains. And he went from Yoshino to Koya Temple and then to Kokuzan and went to Muroto in Tosa and had a very supernatural experience there. And over the next 7 years, there's no record of Kukai. And Kukai most likely was able to gain this supernatural experience from his ascetic practices in the mountains and therefore opened up a new esoteric Buddhist sect. And this is the Mikurodo cave where Kukai engaged in ascetic practice. And now this is Kongo Buji in Mount Kozan, which was opened in 817 and was inscribed on the World Heritage in 2012. And this year marks the 1,250th anniversary of the birth of Kukai, and on June 15th, that day, there's a series of ceremonies. Now then, the legend of mountain opening. Various mountains in Japan have this legend of someone having climbed the mountain to open the mountain, and such legends persist. And these are also, of course, legends, so historians don't take this as historical facts, but there were various remains of ritual places on top of mountains. So probably the practice of worshipping by climbing the mountain, which began in the 8th century, probably led to the development of this legend. Kasuragi and Yoshino are many areas where there are legends, because until then, the mountains were prohibited to the normal people. You couldn't climb it. It was a place to retreat at the foot to pray. But now that switched to mountain climbing for praying, because if you climb the mountain, the deities live there, so you can worship the deities. And then when you establish a temple at the foot of the hill, then you can call the deities down to the temple. And so I believe it is the mountain belief legends that have recorded this in history. And this is a very unique legend. So I will not explain the details, but basically speaking, with the help of hunters, the normal people, led by birds and animals, will be led to the sacred places in the mountains and encounter deities and Buddha. And there, they will be ashamed of the fact that they took life through hunting, and will go into Buddhism and will become monks. And so there was apparently negotiation between those who lived in the mountains and those who lived in the footlands. This is probably a legend that changed the worship from afar to the worship as sense. But this is not, of course, recorded in literature in language. So this is all hearsay, but I believe that it's very necessary to look at what's legend and what's fact. And there are various people who were related to this opening of the mountains, and this is a list of the founders. But from the 6th to 7th or 8th centuries, these people were said to have climbed the mountains to open the mountains, and some may have been real people, others may have been just legendary figures. And the Enno Gyoja, this is mountain ascetic monks who are the oldest of its kind in Japan, at least on record, and they are worshipped in many mountains, and many mountains were actually opened by these Enno Gyoja. And this is the Enno Gyoja of Mount Yoshino, and he is accompanied by 2 goblins, or oni, and they set up ascetic practice at Mount Kongo, which is on opposite from Miyayama. And Miyayama, there was probably an opposite power that was opposed to the powers then. And of course, monks had to receive permission to become monks, but Enno Gyoja would practice asceticism and elevate themselves, train themselves to become monks toward Buddhist enlightenment. And the Enno Gyoja legend is recorded for Mount Fuji. That is, Enno Gyoja took various powers and therefore was actually sent to a distant island, but they came back and climbed Mount Fuji. So Fujisan is said to have been opened by Enno Gyoja. Now, what did Enno Gyoja use? They used the initial exotic Buddhism. And at the center was the Kujaku Myo-o, or Mahamayuri. Kujaku, or peacocks, bring rain and also eat bad insects. Now, whether Enno Gyoja really existed or not is not known, but at least it's probably ascetic monks who were active in the mountains in the 7th to 8th century were named Enno Gyoja as a group, and they created a new mountain. They were the founders of a new mountain belief system called Shugen Dojo. Now I'd like to talk about mountains. In the 8th century, there are several remains of rituals being held at the top of the mountain. One is Mount Homan, and second is Mount Omine, third is Mount Nanami. Homanzan is like this. It's in Kyushu. There is a western capital called Dazaifu in Kyushu, and this is actually the Devil Gate to that. And then Omine and the Nikko Nantai-san. And of course, mountain opening legends are legends, so we can't establish this as fact. But Shodo Shonin, who opened Mount Nantai, Kukai left a record about him. So I believe this is very close to fact. And this is the archaeological remains of which were unearthed from Mount Nikko. So this person probably climbed Mount Nikko, and this is the record by Kukai. Now, currently, this is the Shodo, monk Shodo statue. And also there's a legend of mountain opening of Mount Nikko. He climbed Mount Nikko and crossed a river and opened the mountain. And he was successful on his third try. And this, in 2016, this is the 1250th anniversary.
Next, Tateyama, Mount Tateyama. Well, this is somewhat the modern. But the eagles actually escaped, and just after the eagle, and then bumped into the bear, and actually the bear took an arrow, and finally reached this cave. This is the place, and there. Actually, the arrow actually wasn't there. And actually, there was an Amida actually with an arrow sticking into his the body. Well, you get to see those tombs, and again became the soldier. And this is Mount Tsurugidake. Actually, it was prohibited for us to climb, but people started climbing the round. I'm not going to tour it us. And this is Mount Hokin Daisen. Well, this is quite similar to Mount Tateyama. And we have those legends and the mountain opening. And Mount Hokin Daisen, actually, the wolf was the guide. So actually, the wolf actually is going to become the old female, the person actually again then she's going to become the Jizo, and actually no arrows is going to be allowed. This is Mount Hikosan. And the priest coming from China, actually hunters actually bumped into these the monks, and actually tried to hit the eagles. Then that an eagle actually was revived back by the deer, according to this story. Wow, phenomenon! And that mountain actually started receiving lots of worship. And Tamayana sacred cave, they actually had such encounter in caves. And that is supposed to be the starting point of the opening of the mountains. I think this is an important history of this mountain and religion. Same goes to the mountain Haksan. We have rather well documentation, and actually this person could have been a real person. Actually reaching the summit, actually he saw the nine-headed the dragon. And we have those statues in existence. And this is Mount Koyasan. Here, actually, it is not an opening of the mountains. Rather, actually, we have different story here. Kukan actually climbed the mountain. Then, actually, he encountered with a hunter. He had the white and the black the dogs, and they served as a guide. So, actually, the guardian deities in Mount Koya. Actually, you get to see that even now at the summit, at the Sanno temple. And anniversary events of the opening of the mountain, actually back in the 2000, actually in the 2010s, and actually they had really good those on the very important timelines, and 1,300 and 1,500 years after the opening of those mountains. So actually, this is the case of Mountain Hakusana. This is a Hokidaisen, and this is Rokugo Mountain. And actually, the climbing up to the mountain, and also legend of the mountain opening. there seems to be lots of events and actually behind this, and the Kami and Hotoke section. This is rather difficult area, and so I'm not going to details. Actually, how the Kami and Hotoken actually were infused into one. I think there are 3 stages. Back in the 8th century, 2 stages, and in the 12th century, I think there was a major advancement. At the center, you have the Hachiman Shin, actually becoming the monk, actually with 2 the female gods. Again, at center is the Sogyo and Hachiman, well, supposed to be God. So unification of Kami and Hotoken, actually this unification took place in the 12th century. And the Japanese and deities actually they came to Japan as a temporary the appearance of the god originally coming from the India. So unification between Kami and Hotoken actually were created, and actually this actually lasted up until the entry point of Meiji era. And at the center, we are going to have the mandala. Mandala esoterics, the ancestor, the descendants, and actually the engineering is there, and actually they are made in the middle age. Then this has become a place for your study and practice. And then actually it's important for us to have education with this Fudo. And the Japanese are so complex. Actually, Kami and Hotoken actually are mixed together in a very complex manner. Actually, Kami means actually known names, and with names, God with names, and also Hotoke. Actually, it could mean a Buddha, but in Japan, actually, it became actually a dead person, also actually in the discipline. Actually, Buddhism came to Japan, and also then Kami and Hotoke got together. Actually, we had a kind of the cultural interpretation out of that. I think Japan is one of the typical the examples in this regard. Actually, there is a complex relationship between Kami and Hotoke. As far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at the 6 aspects. I think number 1 area actually a lot more complex. I produce my paper in English, and if you have interest, please get it and read it. And from confusion to separation of Kami and Hotoke, and actually this had a very big impact on actually the spiritual history. 150 years ago, actual separation between the Shintoism and Buddhism actually took place, resulting in lots of confusions. Actually, continuation, discontinuation, and also this is the section of Hotoke, and the Shugendo section. What is Shugendo? Of course, they're going to the deep inside of the mountains for their education, and also they would like to actually get the spirit and power actually going through this process. And starting from the latter half of the 13th century, this practice got started. I think there are several elements. I believe the imaginary power of the hybridity, what I call, is going to be quite important. And what are the places? Actually, in the Sanjo Batake is the most important place. Again, Enno Gyoja is going to come in here. Actually, this came from the Gyoja Dawn at the second station at Fuji Yoshida. We have the records actually maintained in the Mount Hiei and Omine Okugashi, actually referring to all these mountains. And there are 3 big Shugendo and change in the modern ages. One is the Omine-san, and the second is the Haguro-san, and also the Hiko-san. Actually, Omine-san actually they came back to the Buddhism. Actually, Haguro-san actually most of them actually became Shintoism, and also Hiko-san actually destroyed completely. And we still have those people. If you go to Haguro during the New Year's days, actually, 66 places of the Japanese archipelago are going to be addressed. Haguro 33 and 24. The Kumano is responsible for the 24 in the western side, and also the Yoshino actually is responsible for the 4 places. And we have those all these complexities, and I'm not going to details here. And again, walk through the mandala is quite unique to these monks. Actually, usually it is referred to the council. It is going to be, this is going to be used for the meditation. But the Shugen, actually, mountain is going to be the mandala. And so the walking through the mandala, actually, the hillside is going to be an important concept. It is not going to be just limited to this one mountain. And actually, Yoshino River and Kumano River actually being separated, and the Danjura is right in the center. So in the mountains, actually, lots of the objects and actually being contributed. Actually, they are recognized as the World Heritage. Again, from Mount Yoshino so Yoshino actually right in the center, and the features of Minairi are mentioned here. Actually, the mountains are considered as the inside the body. In other words, and actually, moving into the mountain means you are moving into the mother's womb. And when you die, then you will come out something new. So the mountain is the pre-birth and also the post-birth. This is completely the opposite of the real world. So they died, but again coming back. Again, this is very unique concept and among those the monk students. Just pictures, lots of pictures. And this is showing the actual stations. Actually, those monks actually keep running. Actually, 10 on the stages. Actually, 10 stations coming from those practices. And Kumano is supposed to be the last destination. Actually, Pure Land, and very supposed to be very pure place. And the Fudo-myo and also the Zao Kogen are the two worships. And actually, 100% unified with the Fudo-san. Actually, the fire and the walking still going on. This is from the Zao-do Hall from Mount Mitoku. And although are supposed to have built this, actually this came from the 12th century. From where they got started? Actually, they started from the rocks inside the mountain, from the mountain.
I'm running out of time, so let me skip ahead now. So there are various places for ascetic practice, and these are the people who are practicing asceticism. And also, there was a lot of arts and theater there. This is the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage, Hayachine Kagura, which is ancient music. And so there's a Kagura, which depicts Shugen, which is the ascetic practice. And so it's very important that these were the place of arts and theater. And this is the Haguro Shugendo, where a funeral is taking place. Before you go into the mountain, you will die first, and then chant the chant, and then enter the mountain, and then you will be reborn in the mountain and come back a new person. But there are fewer and fewer people who actually practice this. This is in 2021, but it's been revived. Takao Shugendo, climbing Mount Fuji, was resumed in 2007, and Fujimurayama Shugendo also was resumed in 2009, and then 2011 onwards, etc. And these are some new Fujiko new members that I met recently, and I participating in the Nikko Shugen, and these are photos from this. That's very recent. Currently, Shugendo and related assets have been inscribed as Nihon, Japan heritage. And so these places which are prohibited to women have been inscribed as heritage. And the Katsuragi Sugen was inscribed in 2020, and now they've been revived. Various events have resumed, and the top of the Shugendo, Miyagi Daichi-san, is now busy lecturing. But the central place, the Nakatsugawa Gyoja-do, has no people, and the Gyoja statues here were stolen and recovered later, but there's a lot of trouble. Now, this was mentioned in the first discussion, so I go back to the start. That is, in the past, we had taken only a simplistic view of landscapes. I think it should be divided into physical landscape, tangible landscape, invisible landscape, and memory landscape or memorial landscapes. I think it should be divided into 4 types. And when you think about folk belief, the basis folk belief is the basis of mountain worship. But this is habitus that is embedded in everyday life. So it's nothing special. And therefore, so you don't use the words God, religion, worship, animism, syncretism. Is it really sacred? And what's important is the imaginary power of hybridity and what sort of how was it incorporated into the social history of Japan? Shinto is often used, but it's a modern concept. It's an invention of tradition. So the word Shinto must be used with care. And the most important is from the native's point of view. That is, from the native's point of view, we must deconstruct the Western concept. That is there really a dichotomy between nature and culture? You have to really go down to that question. And the biggest issue is the translation, because it's so difficult to translate culture. Because thoughts are very English-centric. We have to overcome this English centricity of thought. What's important is towards anti-unification, and that is to honor multiplicity. So what we are battling is the unification, attempt to unify intelligence or knowledge. But in this day and age, that's not going to work. I think that we must build multiplicity and try to diverse knowledge. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Suzuki. Could we have another round of applause for Dr. Suzuki, please?
Now we would like to begin the afternoon presentations. The first speaker in the afternoon is Dr. Nobuko Inaba, Professor Emeritus of University of Tsukuba. The presentation title is Mt.Fuji as World Cultural Heritage. Dr. Inaba, please. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nobuko Inaba. With regard to the nomination of Mt.Fuji as the World Heritage, I was engaged in a very early in the stage, and even after it was inscribed, I have been helping its preservation. And both Shizuoka and Yamanaki prefectures have set the expert committee, and I am serving as the deputy chair of that expert committee. I'm not expert of the sacred mountains like Dr. Suzuki or the mountains and its relationship with the religion. But Dr. Otaka and Dr. Matsushima. Dr. Matsushima is an art expert, and Dr. Otaka is expert in the folk history. However, my specialty is about the preservation of the heritage, which include the cultural and natural heritages. So my presentation will not be so academic today, but those of you who are listening, certainly some of you must be non-Japanese. So I would like to talk about the process through which the Mt.Fuji was inscribed on the World Heritage list, and in its journey, how we were able to create the values of Mt.Fuji as worthy of World Heritage. So this is the Fujisan or Mt.Fuji. As you know, the active volcano, last eruption 1707, height is 3,776 meters. I hope they are right. And also, this is quite important. It is located approximately 100 kilometers southwest of Tokyo, close to metropolitan Tokyo. And also, it is just standing alongside the major road linking Kyoto, Osaka, and metropolitan Tokyo. So you could see that the Fujisan has always been very close to the people, and its closeness has impacted the process through which it was inscribed on the World Heritage List. And this is the view of Fujisan from Matsubara. And this is the Mt.Fuji viewed from Yamanashi Prefecture side. This is the Lake Motosu. These are the two very important locations from which you would view Fuji, and this was also considered in inscription. My father, when he was flying on the plane, said to my mother, "Oh, look, there is a very picturesque mountain." And my mother told him, "What are you saying? That's Mount Fuji." So it's really picture-perfect mountain. So what was how Fujisan became World Heritage is something I would like to talk about next. So 1992, Japan acceded to the Convention of World Heritage Site, and certainly there was a movement to nominate Fujisan as World Heritage. And in 1994, over 2.4 million signatures were collected, and petition was adopted into Diet. Well, Hiroshima's the Genbaku Dome, or the atomic bomb dome, actually went through the very similar process. So Fujisan was nominated first as a natural heritage. So selection criteria for natural heritage in a relationship with Fujisan, please take a look. So there are 4 criteria: natural beauty, earth history, geology, geomorphology, and ecological and biological processes, and biological diversity. You've heard a lot about the criteria 7 in the very first presentation by Rössler. And then the criteria 7 is followed by 8, 9, and 10. So I think first, the geographical form or the natural beauty was the point which were focused in this journey. However, the natural beauty, because Fujisan is a volcano, and in terms of the volcanoes, you have volcanoes of Kamchatka, and comparative study is necessary to be inscribed as the World Heritage. So if you are to be inscribed as nominate Fujisan as a volcano compared to the existing World Heritage of volcanoes, it was very difficult to do that. But what about the natural beauty? Well, it is very close to Tokyo, indicating that it has long been engaged with the human activities. So the World Heritage in Africa and New Zealand, they are situated in the very huge natural park. So the situation surrounding Fujisan was different from these heritages. So the natural heritage value of Fujisan was thought to be difficult to reach the level of World Natural Heritage. And with regard to the natural beauty, well, there was something to do with the scope. So at the end of the day, Ministry of the Environment removed Fujisan from the candidate list of World Natural Heritage. That was back in 2003. So the nomination restarted as cultural heritage in 2007. Fujisan included on the tentative list. And then, after 6 years in 2013, it was inscribed on the World Heritage list. So the criteria 3 and 6 were applied with 6 recommendations. So criteria 3 relates to the Japanese worship of mountains, and also the criteria 6. You had in the first presentation the ukiyo-e impacted the European Japanism. So the Fujisan was the source of art inspiration. So that's why criteria 6 was relevant. And I mentioned about 6 recommendations, which will be covered later on. Now, so from the viewpoint of myself, who was engaged in all the processes from the very beginning, here's the question: how mountains can be recognized as cultural heritage sites? So I was engaged in the natural heritage nomination, but as you heard from the Governor Kawakatsu, this was reflecting the World Heritage major movement back then, but was it really understandable by the general public? So how mountains can be recognized as cultural heritage sites? The experts knew what was going on. And we heard a lot that the Mt.Fuji has a lot of garbage scattered, but it's not the issue. It was all about a scope. The answer was no to this question. So Fujisan as cultural heritage, because it is easier than natural heritage, for this question, answer is no. So in 1990s, the movement was started by experts, which were quite important. And then, in somehow response to this movement, Fujisan was being considered as a cultural heritage. So at the time when local community was still pursuing the journey of inscription as the natural heritage, the Shizuoka Center, the director von Rössler and ICUN Jim Matsushima, and also ICOMOS, the cultural landscape person called an Anyon. Those 3 people were invited to a symposium held locally. And that was the first time the Japanese people heard from the ICOMOS person that there's a possibility to be inscribed as a cultural heritage. And the Valento von Rössler, the head of the World Heritage Centre, delivered the very supportive speech. Jim Matsushima was the expert in natural heritage. And before the symposium, actually, he climbed up the Mt.Fuji, and he gave us some feedback as to how it could be inscribed as a cultural heritage and natural heritage, and there were some inhibiting factors that need to be removed. So, as was mentioned in the morning, the linking nature and culture was the big movement back then, and that triggered by the World Heritage Convention, because they treat cultural and natural heritage together, because other conventions would treat them separately, and the different countries' laws are designed for natural and cultural heritage separately. And it was quite difficult to link the two, because the convention was about World Heritage. It became possible to fill the gap between the nature and the culture. And Mt.Fuji was very relevant to this movement, and it was quite symbolic back then. So now I'd like to talk about Fujisan's importance in the context of the World Heritage System, and I will touch on the cultural landscapes. Now, linking nature and culture, how this was treated at the World Heritage Committee. So the Dr. Rössler talked about the formation, the concept of the landscapes and the introduction and the design, that she was deeply involved in the whole process. So in 1992, cultural landscape is officially recognized as an area of cultural heritage to represent combined works of nature and of man. So it is a combined works of nature and of man. And then 2005, integration of the separate criteria be started and made only one set of the 10 criteria were created. So when they were unified, there was important thing which happened. So the natural beauty came at the top, and then just follow the cultural heritage. So by integrating the criteria of cultural heritage, the natural beauty and intangible properties, and which are related to the human's traditions, were juxtaposed as an attempt to link the nature and culture. And there are 3 different types of cultural landscapes or categories of cultural landscapes. So tangible, intangible landscape and memory were mentioned by Dr. Suzuki. And there are 3 categories of cultural landscape, just like that. First, you designed landscape, such as gardens and parks, and without introducing cultural landscapes, even if it's the natural or cultural heritages, design landscape were covered. The second category is the organically evolved landscape. It took some time and understanding of different countries for this one, but the rice shelf like staircase, like rice field, and also the agricultural mountains, and also the fishery community related landscape were included here. And then finally, the associative cultural landscape. So if you look at the past cultural and the natural heritages, this was the area which was not included, which is the associative cultural landscapes. And this is represented by the sacred mountains. And also Fujisan is part of this. Fujisan was the associative cultural landscape. And so we have a nature, and nature is interpreted by human beings. The interpretation of human beings and the natural object were somehow merged, and maybe just borrowing the phrase of Dr. Suzuki, maybe we can say that as a hybrid form.
Allow me to further move on. Why they are important? Again, for our track record here, actually we are looking into the very strong relationship and actually bonding between the people and actually the nature. Actually, people do have a fear vis-a-vis the nature. Actually, in all this, we should be having the traditional wisdom. Again, in terms of managing those natural factors, be it in modern parks, actually, be it the other natural or the cultural or the assets, actually, we are different in this regard. And the next point, again, we need to look into the very strict preservation of the assets. I think it's time for us to actually address this issue and how to integrate them into heritage management practices. But as a result, Fujisan then actually was not necessarily nominated as a culture landscape. Yes, actually Fujisan was not recommended with this point in mind. I'll give you the reason for that later. But again, UNESCO World Heritage Commission actually they actually emphasize that we should make an effort to actually try to keep the cultural aspects in terms of landscape the Mount Fuji has. That's what we did. Well, many people have touched upon this. The title of Fujisan tells all about. it. Sacred place and a source of artistic inspiration. It says all. Sacred place and source of artistic inspiration. How actually we were able to work on these elements again in the history of the Mount Fuji actually being recorded. Actually, the boundary of the Fujisan as World Heritage. I think this is a quite difficult question. Fujisan actually, the national park and also the national park or natural park actually they're located in the edge of the Tokai line. The fact is that actually the Mount Fuji is one of the areas actually we human beings have a long history in terms of living. So what is the edge of Mount Fuji? So this was the starting point when we started involved in this process. This is one of the pictures we actually presented. Actually, the lava area is shown in gray in color. Or is that going to be the scope? Or do we need to look into the area defined by the ethnological perspectives? Again, living with the people long time. Actually, the top picture that shows the view from the Suzuki Prefecture, along with the Pacific Ocean. Actually, now we have the collection of people creating lots of industrial activities. This is an important factor. And the bottom shows the actually Mount Fuji from the Yamanashi Prefecture side. Well, this, of course, is one of the areas, and actually for the mountain the belief, and actually also the resorts have been developed, and actually the many hotels have been developed. I think this is another important matter of fact, talking about the Fujisan. So way we can actually expand the wider scope. This was kind of a joke back then. Actually, Mount Fuji actually always been depicted with the crowd. So the station 5 and above. Maybe value could be found talking about Mount Fuji could be just this visible again on the cloud above area. So only the top portion can be visible. So the value of the Mount Fuji is coming from the top. Whether or not that was convincing, that is another matter. So actually, the Mount Fuji actually has played a very important role in terms of the briefs and vis-a-vis the mountain. And we try to find lots of data in the record. And the station 5 and above, almost station 5 and above, actually national, the forest area, and also the Motosu Lake. The landscape from Motosu Lake actually needs to be preserved. The orange in color actually being extended, and also can you see the red dots? The cultural actually in heritage. Many actually dots. Actually, they do represent the temples and also the natural worshipping places, and that was a buffer zone. So there is a total of 25 cultural components. Again, with all this distributed, how the points of this, points actually make Mount Fuji as it is. Allow me. Well, now some universal values of the Fujisan as World Heritage and its components. Well, actually, we have to actually be a bit more specific. Criteria number 3, having to do with that. Actually, the Fujisan as a mountain of worship from afar. The top, the summit, and the station 5 and above, Sengen and Oshino, and also the JC Urenchi included here. Dr. Suzuki, I think, introduced this, Kusayama, Kiyama, Yakeyama. Actually, going through these boundaries, and actually, as we go up, actually, we'll enter the world of the dead people. Then actually coming back into the world, the reincarnation. This is very famous. And this is a Fuji Mandara Zoo. People climbing in white. I hope you have seen that. And actually showing the worship places and at the summit. And actually mountain climbers and actually walking on these trucks. Again, we have a long history, and actually there are many climbers and paths, and also shrines and for worship. And this is intangible, but what we call the matsuri or in the festivals are part of the recommendations. Next, criteria number 6. Then the mountain vistas, viewpoints. When I was working on the recommendation to be submitted, I think the first thing came to us how we are able to actually find it, because Mount Fuji can be observable from the many places. And so we started working on looking at those pictures and by the Hokusai. Hokusai is in the 36, the views of Mount Fuji. Again, this does include the landscapes from Edo the area. And so there's some certain pictures we simply cannot tell from where the Mount Fuji was observed. Actually, on the top, the right, and actually it became in the cover page and also in the middle section of the documentation. I believe that that QA picture actually had a big influence on the entire world, particularly in terms of Japanism, again, in the minds of the Western people. I believe that these points are going to be referred to probably by Matsushima-san later. So actually the picture of the 1,000 yen bill and the viewpoints, views from the Matsubara beach. Again, I think they play a very important role in terms of the artistic inspiration. Again, have made a very important contributions in terms of the Mount Fuji becoming the World Heritage. Well, influence outside Japan. This is the Umi in Dobishi. In the very first version, actually, this was used as the cover page. This is the Go. Actually, in a portrait of the goat. Actually, there seems to be the mountain. Well, many people thought that, well, that could be Mount Fuji. Well, probably not, because the shape is somewhat different. But actually, in the background, we get to see, Japanese, the specific the figures and others. Many Japanese people love Mount Fuji, and right shows actually the wall of the picture in the public bath space. Yes, wherever you go, you get to see this. And the left shows the Mount Fuji, copied the Fuji, the hill, actually in the Kumamoto Prefecture. Again, the Mount Fuji actually has become a very important symbol, a part of the Japanese people's daily lives. And also, the Mount Fuji was having an impact on the rest of the world. And lastly, I'd like to go through the conservation aspects of Mount Fuji, conservation as well as management aspects. This shows the major points in terms of recommendations. Back then, actually, actual documentation is a bit longer, but I tried to come up with the 3 major points. Culture landscape is one of the elements in terms of the management and preservation. Of course, there are many other points, but it's important for us to put them together in our management, preservation, and efforts, so that actually we can actually keep Mount Fuji as a very important cultural asset of Japan, and also the Station 5 and above. Actually, the mountain climbers, the management, so to speak. Station 5 and above, actually, those climbers in terms of safety. And the next point is if there are too many people, if that's the case, that needs to be well managed. And also the path for the climbers, well, if it is too hilly, that is going to be somewhat less, it is going to be quite dangerous. So these are the points. Mountain climbers, we need to actually come up with the most appropriate number of the mountain climbers on the Mount Fuji. Right after this recommendation issued, Shizuoka Prefecture, Yamanashi Prefecture, actually, we actually approached them, and it's important for you to actually monitor the actual number of mountain climbers and what is going to be the appropriate the number of climbers. Of course, it was quite a challenging, quite a difficult question, but we had discussions among ourselves, and we produced the very first plan, and then going through the 5 years and 10 years, and then we should be ready to move into the next step. And that's what we are discussing right now. Another point is, again, the comprehensive strategy in order to convey values. Why this is going to be quite important. Station 5 and above, of course, people just come to Mt.Fuji in order to enjoy the climbing. It is going to be the only value. Again, on Mt.Fuji is the World Heritage. How values, true values of the Mt.Fuji can be further appreciated. And not only by the climbers, and also now again on her footfield, the grand place, and also from Ogashin up to the Station 5, that trail, I love it. And also the shrines and from the bottom to the Station 5. These the environmental elements are going to be quite important. Just keep coming to the Station 5 and above that, and start climbing Mt.Fuji is not going to be the only value, the benefit. So we're talking about end-to-end the values to be created. And the third point is that the World Heritage recommendation does not have this at the center. Well, actually, because there, Station 5 and above, but again, the buffer zone area, food area, and also the important shrines, and also the places and for the religious the belief, and actually how we can actually do the best efforts in order to maintain the beautiful landscape. Yamanashi Prefecture actually has produced a very important ordinance. And this ordinance is going to define a set of rules. If whatever you have to do, if the endeavors are going to have an impact on the beautiful landscape of Mt.Fuji, that needs to be approved by the authorities, local authorities. I'm deeply involved in this, and I tend to speak a lot. This shows the recommendations from the World Heritage Committee at the time of the inspection. Again, organizations and for the management of Mt.Fuji, Fujisan World Cultural Heritage Council and the Fujisan World Cultural Heritage Site Culture, Yamanashi and actually Shizuoka, and the two governors actually started working on this process. If actually all the divisions and the departments are actually involved, actually are united here. Talking about the World Heritage, what's important here is that it's very important for us not to have silos. Actually, the things need to be well integrated because many siloed activities are going on. But again, all these siloed activities need to be put together so that we can actually come to a clear vision whether or not whatever each group of people are doing, whether or not that is having a negative impact. So for that matter, and also how we have this expert group, Fujisan World Culture and Heritage Scientific Committee. Actually, I'm one of the members. And we're quite happy to have really good engagement and actually members coming from the entire world. So actually now we are trying to come up with a set of recommendations as advisory group. And actually the three major plans are underway. Right after this World Heritage, the recommendation, actually the vision and strategies were issued right after that. And also, we need to look into comprehensive preservation and management plan. At stake is a world heritage. For the decision-making, for example, if you read this plan, you should be able to get to know what you're supposed to do. This is quite important. And also, this is something new. Actually, requesting coming from the World Heritage Committee. HIA, the Heritage Impact Assessment Manual, and I'm sure that you're familiar with what I'm talking about if you're a member coming from the World Heritage Committee. So the manual is being produced, and if there are some issues coming up to the surface, and we need to get together, we have to start we need to have really good discussion. Sorry, I spend more time than 2 minutes than the time given to me. Thank you indeed for your kind attention. Actually, for your information, actually, I'll be serving as the coordinator on day 2 in the discussion, and some of those points can be further discussed tomorrow. Thank you indeed for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Inaba. So could we send her off with a hearty round of applause, please? Thank you. Next, we would like to call upon the professor of the Mt.Fuji World Heritage Centre, Shizuoka, as well as the fellow of the Tokugawa Memorial Foundation, Dr. Jin Matsushima, to talk about Mt.Fuji as the source of artistic inspiration. Matsushima-san, please. Could you welcome him with applause, please? Thank you for that introduction, and hello, everyone. Despite this very rainy weather, thank you very much for braving this drippy weather to be with us today. As you know, we are now commemorating the 10th year since the inscription of Fujisan as a World Heritage, and opened our center on February 23rd of 2017. So we commemorated our 5th year, and there are 5 researchers actually in the center. Kobayashi-san, who studies volcanoes, and the next speaker, who is a historian, Otaka-san, Professor Otaka, and also ethnology, Professor Inoue, anthropology, and also myself as a researcher of the history of art, Matsushima. These 4 are the main researchers. There's one absent. And of course, we are with different disciplines, but we engage in interdisciplinary cooperation to develop what we call the Fujisan school of thought. So it's been now 5 years since our center was opened, and we want to be able to further override and add to the views and insight that we had at the time of inscription through our research. So today I'd like to talk from the perspective of the history of art, to talk about the so-called outstanding universal values of the World Heritage Site. And largely said, Katsushika Hokusai's 36 views of Mount Fuji, it tend to take a lot of attention, but from about 160 years ago, there was a so-called Japanism movement which really focused the world's attention on Mount Fuji. So that's what I'd like to talk about today. So this is my starting picture. This is in 2017 when at the British Museum in the UK, a major exhibit was held on Hokusai Beyond the Great Wave. The Great Wave is, of course, as you know, the Great Wave of Kanagawa, which is part of Hokusai's 36 scenes of Fuji. And this was very popular, and the tickets were sold out every day. And from what I hear, it had the second largest turnout since the opening of the British Museum in its history of the British Museum. So it was very, very popular. So this is the Great Wave by Katsushika Hokusai. So it was an exhibit that featured this Great Wave by Katsushika Hokusai. And this Great Wave, I think, is a work that illustrates the outstanding universal value of Mount Fuji, like Venus of Milo and Mona Lisa. I think it can rub shoulders with them in a sense that it's very widely known around the world as a pictorial art. And so this is a work that was well known due to the wave of Japanism in Europe. But 150 years ago, or before Japanism, there was a movement called Shinowazuri, which is, of course, an interest in Chinese art, or maybe in Eastern art, I should say. And so Fujisan was also known throughout this wave of Shinowazuri, and this is what illustrates that movement. These are Mount Fuji lacquer cabinets, and by the East Indian Company of the Netherlands, it was exported from Japan to India and then through Cape Town to Amsterdam in Europe, and was auctioned and sold off to various kings in Europe. And this is of course in the Netherlands, but this is part of the Wallace collection of London. So originally, probably some French royalty probably owned this. So on both sides, you see a pair of the Mount Fuji in a symmetric layout, and also Paris and Vienna, and I think this was extremely expensive, probably. So maybe that's why it was difficult to buy both. But one was bought by Schloss Flies Dresden, and the other by a Czech royalty. Also, the Statuette Münzmalmung of Newngen, Byron, purchased this Mount Fuji lacquer cabinet in pair. So all over Europe, you see these Mount Fuji designed lacquer cabinets all across Europe because it was quite popular, I believe. And against a backdrop, that would be the Dutch East Indian Company, which placed a lot of orders probably for these kinds of Mount Fuji lacquer cabinets. And at just about the same time, there was a person who came to Japan, Kempel, Engelbert Kempfer, who came to Japan at the same time. He is also a doctor, a physician at the Dutch East Indian Company. He stayed in Japan, and he wrote he collected this album of famous places in Japan, which is now archived at the British Library. This was in the 17th century. And his writing called the Nihonshi, the History of Japan, also uses the same picture in its illustration. And of the arts collected by Kempfer included Mount Fuji and Miho no Matsubara and Seikenji. Such pieces or work of art were also part of his collection. And this was probably one of the first work pieces illustrating Mount Fuji that made its way from Japan to Europe. However, unfortunately, regarding this piece of art, it's not depicted in Japanese history, but in Kempfer's History of Japan, there is a very, very elaborate description of Mount Fuji, which says that Mount Fuji is truly the most beautiful mountain in the world. And also from the viewpoint of source of art, he said that Japanese poets and painters always laud Mount Fuji and ride it, but the great Fuji, it's impossible to complete or exhaust your applause and your artistic inspirations rising from Mount Fuji. And you can see at the top right, the Mount Fuji depicted at the very right-hand corner. And then 100 years later, after Kempfer, also from the Dutch East Indian Company was Mr. Bilsburg from Germany. And Philipp Franz von Siebold's Japan also has this illustration, and this was a copy of a work by Tani Buncho, and it's now archived at the Rijksmuseum Woltenkunde in Germany. And Siebold was the person who estimated the elevation of Fuji as 3,776. He actually conducted a survey to ascertain that elevation. But after Siebold came to Japan, right after that, in Japan also experienced the arrival of the black ship, the tall ships, Perry, Commander Perry, and was actually drawn into the international political developments, and which forced the Japanese government to actually have diplomatic relations with overseas. And these were some of the diplomatic gifts which were exchanged and brought to Europe and the United States by diplomatic missions. And in 1862, in the second year of Bunkyu, the Tokugawa shogunate sent missions to the UK, France, and back then there was no Germany, so it's Berlin, Prussia, and also the Netherlands, Portugal, and Russia, these 6 countries. So missions were actually sent to these 6 countries. And at that time, to these 6 countries, 10 such hanging scroll paintings were presented. And in 2020, in the Chateau de Fontainebleau, which is close to Paris, 10 of such scroll paintings were actually discovered. And some of them include depictions of Mount Fuji, as you can see. But in producing these kinds of hanging scrolls, the Tokugawa shogunate gave some instructions, very long instructions, and those documents were actually left in the archives of the Foreign Ministry, and there were some very interesting instructions there, which is this. It says that Mount Fuji is universally admired as a renowned mountain worldwide, and therefore at least the diplomatic materials, the hanging scroll paintings, will have to have at least one depiction of Mount Fuji in each of these sets of 10 presented. And they say that Mount Fuji is a universally admired, renowned mountain, so there should be at least one hanging scroll with the depiction of Mount Fuji in each of the set of 10 presented to emperors and kings of the European countries. And this, I think, is reference to the outstanding universal value of Mount Fuji, which accounted for its inclusion as a World Heritage Site. Now, as a backdrop of this was the first UK consulate to Japan back then in 1863, who came to Japan 2 years before this, and he climbed Mount Fuji 2 years before that. And of course, the Tokugawa shogunate tried to prevent him from climbing the mountain through all costs, but in the end, he did make it to the top. And after Okok, Udo Belkun, who was the consulate of France, also wanted to climb, but in the end, the Tokugawa shogunate prevented him from climbing by using the U.S. ambassador. And so Mount Fuji, without that climb, well, Mount Fuji may have been a mountain that Europeans and Americans like and favor. So maybe that impression was embedded in the minds of the Tokugawa shogunate. And I said that 60 hanging scrolls were sent to emperors and kings of European countries, and of course those 10 sets, excluding that sent to France, were discovered. And this is the scroll hanging sent to the Emperor of Russia back then at the Hermitage, and also the Langen Foundation, Langen-Stiften, which is a German foundation, has the Kano school hanging scrolls. And I looked at this, and these are, of course, the four seasons and flowers and birds. But I thought, well, the four seasons aren't completed. Why? And when you compare this with those of Fontainebleau and Hermitage, and I found that like this, and also this. And I found that the location or the placement of Fuji was identical. So the Langen-Stiften scroll was actually sent to the King of Prussia in 1862 by the shogunate mission. So Europe was in a turmoil back then, and the King of Prussia became Wilhelm I, who became the first helm of Viceroy of Germany, and Otto von Bismarck became the first defense minister for that government. And also, there were some such paintings sent to Queen Victoria, which were undiscovered. But we are engaging in such surveys with European academics, and a French colleague of mine found this kind of a folding screen in Windsor Castle, and Probably this was formerly a hanging scroll that was remodeled into a folding screen, and which was probably used by the then Queen Elizabeth I. So the 6 countries worth of the European mission, shogunate mission in 1862 to 6 European countries, 4 countries worth of these gifts were discovered. And so I believe that they were actually sent to these European countries as a heritage that illustrates Japan. Now, every year, I am collecting various art history-related documentation and pieces year by year, and these are some recent purchases, which tend to be very, very similar in style, design, the dimensions and the mounting, etc. It uses golden threads, etc. So very similar in taste. And when I first saw this, I thought that it could be part of the maybe hanging scrolls from Portugal or French, the undiscovered hanging scroll paintings.
If you look closer, you can see cherry blossoms in the Fontainebleau and Hermitage Museum pieces, but Mt.Fuji World Heritage Centre hanging a scroll depict cranes and pine trees. So objects are different. So they are a little bit different from ones handled by the mission to Europe. Now, so we went back to the original source. The Fuji hanging scroll given to European countries followed the style of the ones given to the US. So we found that the original style was established for the US. And if you look at the diplomatic materials of the Tokugawa shogunate, you could find a detailed description of how hanging scrolls were created. And then this is the name of the artist, suggesting the objects to be covered in the hanging scroll. This is a Tosen Kano, the same as the one who drew our hanging scroll. And both the objects and the theme of the hanging scrolls are identical to the ones of the hanging scroll of our center, and this is the explanation instruction on the style of mounting, the mount for the hanging scrolls, and it instructs that mount should use the gold threads, and also against the dark blue background there should be some flowers, and also against the green there should be birds and flower that are written, and also against the white background there should also be a small patterns. So there are different instructions given to the mount. So this is the exactly same description as to the the objects covered in the hanging scroll. This is the one owned by center, and this is the close-up of the mount. So you can see the gold threads are used in abundance, and also you can see these patterns against the dark blue. Also there is some flowers and pines and plum flowers and bamboos, and also at the very bottom against the white background there's a very small patterns which are identical to the descriptions in the diplomatic monologue. And also as for the parts of the hanging scrolls, the lacquer is used instead of ivory, which was the common practice. And also there's an instruction on the design for this part in the shogunate diplomatic material. And if you compare the description against the one we have for at the center, and they are in line, completely in line with the instructions given in the shogunate diplomatic material. And this is the close-up of the parts owned of the hanging scroll owned by our center. And if you compare that with the same parts of the one at the Chateau de Fontainebleau, they are the same. So the ones sent to the hanging scroll, hanging scrolls sent to European countries are actually based on the hanging scroll owned by the center, which depicts the Mihono Matsubara and Mt.Fuji. So this is the scroll owned by our center in 1860. This was sent to the U.S., the Washington, and after 160 years, this hanging scroll sent to the U.S. was found in Japan, in particular the place which is very close to the actual Mt.Fuji. And this hanging scroll was sent to the U.S. originally. And the trade in 1858, the U.S.-Japan the Trade and Commerce Treaty was signed. And then in 1860, to sign that treaty, the mission was sent. That the mission carried with them various presents, of which one of which was this hanging scroll. And there was 190 people on the mission. And then Tadamasa Oguri was one of the mission members, and also Katsu Kaishu and Yukichi Fukuzawa and John Manchiro, who are said to have created modern Japan, and Kanoe Sano, which has some relationship with city of Fuji, who actually created the school, Kaisei School in Fuji City. So they were dispatched to the U.S. as mission, and they brought with them diplomatic gifts. And this is the picture depicting the gifts offered to the U.S. side. And this is a box containing various presents. And perhaps within this box, we believe this hanging scroll was contained. And this was actually given to James Buchanan, the 50th president of the U.S. Actually, the President Buchanan is not really a popular president. According to my U.S. friend, American friend, he has a very bad, the worst reputation as the U.S. president. But after the 20th century, it is said he's the third, the unliked president. But anyway, 1860. The mission was dispatched together with gifts, and also very shortly after, the 16th president, Abraham Lincoln, was elected. And after that, there was a civil war in the U.S., and the conflicts engulfed the entire U.S. When the mission to U.S. was approaching near Hawaii, there was a coup which took place in Japan, and confusion ensued. And then 1867, the shogunate came to an end. And around that time, Paris Expo was held, and where Katsushika Hokusai's artwork was introduced, which was the starting point of the recognition of the Japanese art. And this great wave by Hokusai became very popular in Europe. And in terms of the artistic inspiration, this is the La Mer by Debussy. This is the picture written on the cover of the La Mer, composed by Debussy. And some of the recent research work suggests that there probably wasn't a lot of impact of the Japanism, but this was the actually picture taken in the study room of Debussy, and Debussy is seen together with Stravinsky, and you could see the great wave by Hokusai above the Utamaro Ukiyo-e picture. So this indicates that Debussy was exposed to Japanese art, such as Great Wave by Hokusai, and it could be imagined that there was some influence on his composition as well. So I have just shared with you some of the recent findings by our center, which shed some light on the Fuji before the Japanism as an art inspiration. Thank you very much, Dr. Matsushima.
Now, Dr. Otaka is going to actually share some of the results, outcomes out of the survey in order to preserve the World Heritage in Mt.Fuji. Thank you for this opportunity. I belong to the Shizuoka Prefecture and Mt.Fuji World Heritage Centre. Actually, my background goes to the histology. Actually, I'm quite impressed with all these factors concerning the Mt.Fuji. Particularly, I am regularly involved on the side of the risks, the aspects vis-a-vis the Mt.Fuji. And actually, Professor Suzuki actually went into the details actually in terms of the religious aspects of the mountain. So if I'm now like to take a moment to go through some of the activities we are conducting for the past 5 years, some of the outcomes of the research we have conducted. As of December 23rd last year, actually, we actually celebrated the 5th year after the opening of our center. And there we had several major pillars in terms of the research activities. And here now I'd like to again share some of the important outcomes because we happen to have an important guest from outside of Japan. That said, what I'm going to cover today is going to be our service looking into the Mt.Fuji, the pilgrimage routes. Actually, Fujisan became the World Heritage as of June 2013. We are so happy as for this, and we had recommendations back then. And they asked us to look into those the roads and the pathways which are not used in the Mt.Fuji. Again, the specific locations and also the latitude should be identified. And out of these research activities, it's very important for all the stakeholders, including investors, to get to know the overall the relationship and connectivity. And that should be actually reflected into our efforts to provide official information. And that has been the recommendation we have received. And talking about the outcomes we have made so far, well, of course, we have submitted actually the preservation, the outline reports submitted to the UNESCO, and there. Here now, I would like to take a moment to go through the overall picture because the time is quite limited. This is the very first slide. I just wanted to show you. In conducting our service, actually, we established a committee to conduct this series of research activities, survey activities. We happen to have 4 members, research members. Actually, the quota is 5 people. Well, I have to say that actually it's rather difficult to cover everything. So we decided to actually invite those experts in these academic fields, and we have built committees. Actually, the history and archaeology and histology, and also the folklore, and also history of the art. So those researchers are helping us, particularly in these areas. So we have invited them to help us, and we established our the research committee. What you see here are the actual members who they are involved in our survey on the Mt.Fuji pilgrimage in the Rose. Head of the Shizuoka city, the history museum, and we have Dr. Yoichiro Nakamura, and also we have the Dr. Kikuchi, again with the Japanese modern history, and also the Tokugawa and the historical archaeology, and also Dr. Matsuda from the folklore, and also we have Professor Yamamoto from the art history, and I am a lead on the side of the secretariat. And I am so happy given this opportunity because I'm truly enjoying every minute working together with all these professional people. That said, what you see here is, this is the map. Again, we are actually looking at Mount Fuji, actually from the top. And the Omiya, Murayama, actual entry point, Yamaguchi, and also Subashigurichi. We have those 3 pathways on the side of the Shizuoka Prefecture. And so we are now conducting surveys in these areas. Professor Inaba actually was talking about the scope of the asset. Actually, those mountain routes actually are indicated in lines. And the blue color is the scope involved in the World Heritage. And actually, Station 5 and above, no slopes on there, and of course, are within the scope of the World Heritage. And other than that, actually, the brown areas, those the routes. Actually, they are actually in the lower location. Actually, mountainous and routes. Actually, these areas had issues and challenges at the time of the Mount Fuji becoming the World Heritage, and there are no specific issues and problems. So actually, we have those out of scope areas. So actually, it is in these areas, and actually in the lower and height area, and actually we are conducting our major study activities. What you see here, again, are the actual pictures. They are actually included the Mount Fuji World Heritage, Omiya, Murayama, and also Suyama, and also Subashiri, and also on the Yamanashi Prefecture, we have Yoshida. So we have those entry points for the climbers. So they are part of the World Heritage. And Omiya, Murayama, the pathway, and actually in terms of history, actually they are referred to as the front end. And Fujinomiya city, and also partially runs through the Fuji city. And the actual Fujinomiya city has actually this shrine. That is a starting point. Then it goes to the Murayama area. Then goes up to the summit of Mount Fuji. For your information. As for the second one, Suyama, actually this runs the city of Suno rather. And actually we have the Suyama Sengen Shrine. This is the starting point going up to the summit of Mount Fuji. And the Subashiri, actually this runs to the town called Oyama. And there is a shrine, Subashiri shrine. So it is actually this is registered with a different name, but the station 8, and actually it joins with the Yoshida pathway, and actually from the station 8 above, actually it is going to be integrated pathway, and the bottom one Yoshida Gucci. This runs the Yoshida city, Fuji Yoshida. And we have Kitaguchi in Hongun Shrine, and that is going to be the starting point, and reaching all the way to the summit of the mountain. So, in principle, these are the 4 pathways, and actually, we are looking at. Actually, they are well utilized, and in the history, of course, there are some the changes in terms of routes. Actually, those 4 the basic routes being inherited. Again, front side, Fujinomiya. Actually. This has been well inherited, and Tsuyamaguchi, this pathway, actually we have Gotemba-guchi. Actually, this is going to be joining with Gotemba-guchi, and if you climb the mountain, actually this is a place I think you are going to start walking, and the Subashi-guchi and the Yoshida-guchi, actually they are also being utilized. This is the map I just wanted to share with you. At the center, you can get to see the summit of Mount Fuji, and also right hand side, Subashiri is indicated. It's shown in the red line, is what I'm talking about here. This is the Subashiri side. Okay, here now I'd like to actually go through some of the major activities and what we have surveyed. Actually, in regard to the Subashiri, actually, we are having the joint collaboration together with the Mt.Fuji and World Heritage Centre, and as well as the education board of the community called Oyama. Actually, it started back in 2015 till 2018 for 4 years. As for the actual outcomes, actually, in November 2018. We actually issued this documentation, actually in a survey on the Mount Fuji pilgrimage routes from the Subashiri entrance point. Well, this has been available for purchase at the Center Museum. Please come to our the website and to get more details. Of course, it was important for us to an actual report, generate this report. But again, we have to go beyond that, because we are actually having a series of actual seminars in the community, and trying to share the updates out of our survey activities. And then in the planning section, actually, you can actually get to see the latest. The information. So trying to have a really good relationship between the local community people and our center. So, and also we are selling our reports. This comes from one of the actual activities, and the left shows the actually. We used to have, it is said that we used to have those separate pathways. We still have some of those in some ways, pathway at the runways, and actually in existence. And the right shows people sitting on the tatami mats. Actually, they are looking into the Buddhist statues. Actually, there is a Nichiren the statue that actually been inherited at the Subashiri, and right now. It's been lowered to the sun on the city. So the survey actually was carried out because of these situations. What you see is the picture of the report I have just explained. This is the survey publications in regard to this Vasily, and the total number of pages is 337. It's rather thick, but. I have to say that, again, even though it is thick, actually, we are not able to cover everything. So there is an additional DVD media available in order to actually try to complete in offering the information. So we started here, our survey got started here. And after that, What you see here is from Fujinomiya going through the Murayama city and going to all the way to the summit of Fujinomiya. And this is a survey we conducted again Omiya Mura side. And our center and the city and the Fujinomiya city actually had joint the collaborative research. So actually, Fuji, the city and culture and promotion, also Fujinomiya city and the education board actually got involved in this collaboration. It took place for 4 years, starting from 1921 up until 2 years earlier. And also in March, actually, this year, 2 years earlier, and actually we were able to actually produce this report as we have done in the previous survey. And this is also available for sales at the Museum Center.
Also, we have an exhibit, a collaborative event between Fujinomiya City Board of Education and the WHC, an exhibit titled History and Worship Pertaining to the Mount Fuji Omoteguchi. And so the exhibition report or catalog was also sold. A catalog of the art pieces was sold, but it's now out of stock because it was very popular. And this is the Omiya-Murayama Ascending Route report that I explained in the earlier page. And this is also 340 pages, and it comes with a DVD and sells for 1,500 yen a piece. And you can also buy it by post from the center's homepage. And this shows the current survey undertaken at the Omiya-Murayama Ascending Route. And on the left, you can see people walking or trekking the mountains. And it's difficult to see, but to the side there is an ascending route. And near that, there's a relatively flat area that's been sort of cordoned off. And these are remains of what used to be, for example, shrines or lodges and huts. And so these are people investigating the positions of them. And on the right-hand side, you see the people who are surveying or researching old documents which belong to the Sengen shrine. Tsuyama and Fuji, the summit of Fuji, are being linked by the Tsuyama-guchi ascent road. And on the third station, from Gotemba, you can also go through the Gotemba-guchi ascent route to go from Gotemba to the summit. And these two then will merge together at the third station. So the Tsuyama-guchi and the Gotemba-guchi ascent roads are both surveyed at the same time now. And this is ascent route that links Susono-shi and Gotemba. So this is a joint survey with the education boards of Susono City and Gotemba City. And we began this research in 2021. It will last for 4 years until 2024. That's the current plan. And so we are currently in the third year, the midst of the third year of surveys. And so in the next year, in March of next year, which is the last year of the 4-year survey term, we will publish a research report and then hold a seminar and also hold an exhibit to publish and communicate the results of the surveys. And the Tsuyama-guchi ascent has as part of its component sites the Tsuyama Sengen shrine, and the Gotemba-guchi ascent road is a new route that was opened in the Meiji era, so it's relatively new. But the starting points are different. It used to start from the former Tanaka Hachimangu shrine, and then it will pass through Niihashi Sengen shrine, which is close to Gotemba, the starting point changed to the Nihashi Sengen Shrine in Gotemba due to the opening of a railroad line, and both will end at the summit of Mount Fuji. And to now, the section between the Suyama Otainai and Makuiwa, and from the area near the third station, that is near Gotemba, to the summit, are within the scope of the Mt.Fuji World Cultural Heritage Site's constituent assets, but many parts of other sections have yet to be researched. So we are currently investigating or surveying the areas that have remained untouched up to now. But when we're surveying these ascending routes, and as for what we do or what we actually study, we conduct various surveys relating to various disciplines and then aggregate them together. And in the case of Mount Fuji, the ascent routes each point to different things. That is, the different routes are used by people from different regions of Japan. So by surveying the ascending route, you'll be able to learn the objective of developing that route, who used it, and what age it was primarily used in. So it's not just surveying the roads themselves. That alone would not give us enough information. So there are other things that we can ascertain by investigating or studying other disciplines. And this is just one example of one of the surveys we conducted last year. So this, I will take up only those surveys which we jointly conducted with Ino-san and others. And of course, there are other surveys that we do without Dr. Ino, that is our own. There are a variety of different surveys. And just last year, we conducted at least nine times where we conducted joint surveys with the members of the committee, and of course other surveys that we conduct with staff members from different cities. Now, these are some photos from last year's investigation. And so even if you just track the old ascent routes, you can't really tell if that is really the ascending road that was used, because when you go into the mountains, people go into the mountains to log lumber or to look for mushrooms, for example, and there are these trails that these people used. So whether that route was actually a former ascent route for pilgrimages is very difficult to ascertain just by trekking the road. So if we look just at the ground without so we create certain maps or route maps that show just the roads and the ground themselves and not the vegetation on top, etc. And so, of course, when you take these aerial photos, it shows these former routes as dark lines. But unless you really go there, you don't know if these were rivers or not, or if they were really trails. And of course, there were some former or site remains, etc., which show up as square rectangles on these aerial photos, which we'll have to go and see for ourselves. Also, there are some epitaphs or stone monuments which are located along the trails, and these we can use as evidence. And this is the Yama Jinja Michi epitaph or stone monument. And these are old roads to enter into the mountain, which we can also use as criteria to judge whether the road was an ascent road. This is the Gotemba-Guchi ascent road. And these are the remains of the old one. The Gotenpa-guchi ascent road was opened in the Meiji era. So these old ascent roads remain in relatively good condition. And the one on the right is the stone monument, which was erected on the first station. And apparently the position of this stone monument was relocated. There are many cases these stone epitaphs were relocated over the years, so we will have to check the original position of these stone monuments against the current to gather information. Also, in historical archaeology, kakebotoke, these are some remains that's been buried underground on Mount Fuji, and some are exposed, or there were some which used to be on Mount Fuji but were dug up and were taken elsewhere. And so we will go there to actually survey this site. And so we do enter Mount Fuji, but this information of materials that pertain to Mount Fuji come in, then we will go anywhere in the country to do a survey. And Kakebotoke on the left is at the Fujisan Museum, and it's a Fudomyo Buddhist mirror. And on the right-hand side is Fujisan shaped. You can see a mountain-like depiction, and in that the Dainichi Nyorai is curved, or the image of Dainichi Nyorai is curved. And this was discovered in Saitama Prefecture, of all places. And on the back side, there's an inscription that it says that this was actually offered to Mount Fuji. And so from this, we learned that this was related to Mount Fuji, and therefore it became the target of our study. Also, there's some very critical, valuable information coming from old documents, which we also study. Especially, there is records of who climbed Mount Fuji. So when you climb Mount Fuji at the foot, you have to visit the community at the foot, and there is a lodging place for pilgrims where you stay before you begin your ascent. And so when how many people from what area, what city came and stayed there? Well, that record is called the Tozan Doja Cho. A new one was discovered from the temple Nenkan, several years worth of a guest book in a sense. And this is from Suyamaguchi, Tsuchiya Heidayu, who is a local officer, and it was handed down in his family. And when it was discovered, it was eaten by insects, and you couldn't even open the page. But now it was repaired so that we can open the pages and see the pages. And now we are finally being able to study the contents. Also, the Prince Regent Shotoku, well, according to legend, is said to have jumped over Mount Fuji in his black horse called Kurokuma, and apparently there was a statue of the Prince Regent Shotoku at the Suyamaguchi Ascent Road, and that statue was actually discovered in East Izu, Nishi Izu, in a temple in East Izu City. So the ethnology department is conducting a survey or study on that statue. Also, in the area of sculpture, we studied some statues of deities, and the Chabatage Sengen Shrine was the site or the target of our study. And on the left-hand side is the four-faced female deity, which has four faces, that is four back and right and left. And these are all faces of women, female faces. And these were actually illustrations of the deities of Mount Fuji in a female form, and they're said to date back to the 11th or 12th century. And several years ago, Yamanashi researcher actually studied these statues, and based on his study results, we also conducted our own research. And last year, it became a designated heritage or cultural heritage of Susono City. But of course, it's very invaluable, so it could be elevated to the status of a prefectural heritage. But in any event, it shows that already back in the 11th and 12th century, that people were creating incarnations of Mount Fuji's god deities in such a statue form. So, our survey is entitled the Mount Fuji Pilgrimage Road Survey, but when you actually trek the pilgrimage roads, we do take we have a device to take GPS surveys, and the information from artificial satellites will help us keep track of where we walked, and that is also reflected in the maps, so that we can develop new ascent routes that we can recommend. And in so doing, historical archaeology materials and also old archives, old documents from history, and also interviews, etc., of various remains or sculptures or statues or old statues of deities which were once offered to Mount Fuji or were relocated elsewhere relating to Mount Fuji, and what values these articles have are all areas of deep research by us. So that was a summary of the Mount Fuji Pilgrimage Road investigation and the results of 6 years of research at our center. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Otaka. So if you could please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wait. Today's final presentation is by Dr. Paolo Cozzo, professor of the University of Turin, Department of Historical Studies. His presentation is titled The Sacri Monti of Piedmont and Lombardy History, features valorization of the UNESCO World Heritage Site between face art and landscape. Please.
First, I would like to thank all the organizers and the institutions for the invitation to participate in this symposium. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here in your nice country and at this beautiful UNESCO site, representing another UNESCO site located in Italy, which was recognized as a World Heritage Site 20 years ago, the Sacri Monti of Piedmont and Lombardy. In the 4th century, due to a decision of the Emperor Constantine, Christian worship began tolerated, and Christians ceased to be persecuted. After that, Emperor Theodosius proclaimed Christianity as the Roman state religion, mandatory for all empire subjects. In that time, so crucial for Christian destinies, but also for both Roman Empire and, more in general, universal history, began the practice of the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Eventually free to profess their religion, Christians felt the need to see by their own eyes the place that was the theater of Jesus' life, preaching, death, and resurrection. They wanted stepping on with their own feet and touching with their own hands places described by Gospels, the same places illustrated in the Old Testament, the part of the Bible adapted by the Christians from Jews. In that Holy Land, sanctified by the event of the incarnation of the God became man, Christians could stay in connection with same places that, in the past, were dwelt and crossed by Jesus, the Virgin Mary, and her grown Joseph, Peter and the other apostles, and long before them by Abraham and Moses, patriarchs and all prophets, to whom God entrusted his messages for the chosen people. Now, for Christians, those people had become the entire humanity. In fact, God made a new and eternal covenant with humans through the sacrifice of his own Son, Jesus. His death on the cross had remedied the world and saved humanity. According to the Christians, Jesus' advent on earth determined in the history a before and an after. That event that changed human destinies took place in a specific spatial physical context, the Palestine. In that place were Jerusalem, the Jews' holy city, became the same for Christians too, as well as for Muslims then. In Jerusalem, Jesus died and rose again. In Jerusalem then, there was the place where Jesus was betrayed, Gethsemane, where he suffered his martyrdom, Golgotha, where he was buried, and where, at last, he rose again. From the 4th century Christian era, those places became a theater of an increasing number of devotees. They were persuaded that no other experience, as much as the pilgrimage in the Holy Land, was captivating and significant for those who believed in Jesus Christ. The Holy Land was reached by a crowd of believers, men and women. According to the tradition, among them, there was also Helena, Emperor's concubine mother, people lay and ecclesiastic, especially monks and bishops, humble and powerful, power and rich. In a word, different kinds of people, all sharing common desire to see and to touch places, objects, and relics. Through this practice, Christians could ideally and physically read and live again the most intense passages of Holy Scriptures. They had a strong material and spiritual need to perceive and acquire by senses, first by sight and touch, the mystery hidden in those special and unique places. Quickly, Jerusalem became the destination of the primary pilgrimage itinerary. Through the centuries paired with other important itineraries to Rome or to Santiago de Compostela, where pilgrims went to venerate Peter, Paul's, or James' graves. In the middle of the 7th century, Holy Land was occupied by Arabs, just converted to Islam. Soon, Jerusalem became a holy city for them too, the third after Mecca and Medina. After that, there was a decrease of Christian pilgrimages to Jerusalem due to Arab-Muslim domination, in those same places controlled before by Byzantine Empire. However, Christian pilgrimages never ceased. Islam, in fact, respected the shape of Jesus, who was considered by them as a prophet. Thus, although Arabs considered Christians as infidels and were working on their conversion, they tolerated their presence. It is for this reason that, in the centuries following the Arabic invasion, the Holy Land saw the decreasing, but not an end, of Christian pilgrimages, inevitably adapted to the new geopolitical situation. After difficulties and perils, for those pilgrims who were be able to reach Jerusalem, the most relevant experience was to see the Holy Sepulchre. About that extraordinary place, the house where Jesus died and rose again, were circulating in Europe several stories, descriptions, and testimonies. At the beginning of the 11th century, few pictures of the Holy Sepulchre began to take form by pen. This was a diffuse phenomenon disseminated from England to Italy, from Spain to Germany. This representation, see for example those of Aquileia or Bologna in northern Italy, were often painted in chapels or churches and could become objects of worship or destination of pilgrims. At the same time, this practice generated, to quote Geoffrey Simcox, a web of devotional itineraries inspired by Jerusalem. Visiting those churches, believers felt they could get the core of that they could have found reaching Jerusalem. It was growing up the idea, then consolidated between the centuries 14 and 15, that pilgrimage had to be rethought as a religious experience. Thus, pilgrimage could be made in very different way with respect to traditional journey to usual destination, that is the Holy Land, even in a spiritual dimension, completely released from concrete physical constrictions. The Devotio Moderna reached these conclusions. The real pilgrimage became a spiritual journey through meditation and contemplation. The destination of this journey was not a physical place, but Jesus Christ himself. Believers had to search for and imitate Christ in any moment of their own existence. So pilgrimage was transformed from an extraordinary material and sensory experience to an ordinary evocative and mental practice. In fact, why to research outside and far something one can find inside and close? What was the need to physically travel to place of Jesus' passion when anyone who was devoted by staying at home to the monastery or in the city could daily reach through meditation and contemplation the spiritual Jerusalem kept in the mind and in the heart. In the 15th century, after the definitive crisis of the Eastern Roman Empire culminated in 1453 with Constantinople conquest by the Ottomans, to reach the Holy Land from Europe was more and more complicated. Scholars often argued a strong connection between the birth of the phenomenon of the Sacri Monti and the end of the Byzantine Empire. The latter should be the trigger of the former. So, pilgrimages to Sacri Monti should be interpreted as a substitution to those in Jerusalem, now unreachable or extremely dangerous to reach because of the Ottoman domination. Actually, as recent research shows, as much as Ottoman expansions would eventually make pilgrimage to Jerusalem a far more dangerous undertaking, the idea of the Sacro Monte was not motivated by a perceived need to provide an alternative to the traditional pilgrimage to Jerusalem in response to the Ottoman advance, but by the desire to recreate Jerusalem in an idealized form endowed with all the spiritual power of the original. The figure of Bernardino Caimi has to be placed in this scenario. He can be considered the inventor of the Sacro Monte in many ways. Caimi was a Franciscan friar from Milan, and he lived in Jerusalem for many years, since 1477. The Francis of Assisi order, in that, had received from popes the prestigious responsibility of the custody of the Holy Land, the Palestinian holy places, as a regard a spiritual guidance. This position allowed Franciscans to become the main administrators of pilgrims who were reaching to the Holy Land. At the same time, they developed a characteristic spirituality focused on the cult of the Passion of Jesus Christ. It is not a coincidence that the practice of the Via Crucis, the Station of the Cross, or the Way of the Cross, are a representation in 14 steps of the story of the Passion from Jesus, child to his deposition in the sepulchre, was so diffuse in Franciscan's environment, which promoted its dissemination and its success. The Via Crucis is the itinerary followed by Jesus under the weight of the cross, from Pontius Pilate's palace to the top of the Golgotha, from his condemnation to death to his crucifixion on Calvary. Golgotha, according all four Gospels, was the hill of execution localized outside the city walls of Jerusalem, apparently close to the road and not far from the sepulchre where Jesus was buried. The practice of following this itinerary in imitation of the Via Dolorosa in Jerusalem was introduced in the West after the Crusades in order to satisfy the pious wishes of pilgrims who could not travel to Palestine to commemorate Christ's Passion. Paintings that show various painful episodes occurred along the itinerary involved the audience in a strong emotive experience. This popular practice was spread by pilgrims returning from the Holy Land, and mainly by the Franciscans who acted the custodians of the holy places in Palestine. 14 stations are needed to create the Via Crucis. Representation from episodes in the Passion are allowed by tradition. There are 14 stations. Jesus is condemned to death in Pilate's palace, is burned with the cross, falls for the fourth time, meets his mother, is helped by the Cyrenian. Veronica wipes Jesus' brow. Jesus falls for the second time, consoles the pious woman, falls for the third time, is stripped, is crucified, dies, is taken down from the cross, is buried. The Via Crucis appeared as a sort of representation in miniature of the pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Different stations evoked the place of the Holy City, composing an itinerary close to that the pilgrims could have made in Jerusalem for real. Bernardino Caimi's intuition was to re-elaborate Western suggestions already at work about Passion, reproduction of the Holy Sepulchre or Via Crucis, giving them a new reconfigured life, the Sacro Monte. Returned from the Holy Land to Milan, Caimi decided to realize his project in an area physically and orographically very close to the Holy Land. The right place had to remember the landscape and Jerusalem high grounds. The place was found around Varallo, in the Piedmontese Prealps, Valsesia, the most westerly part of the Duchy of Milan. In this area, close to the Duchy of Savoy, at the turn of 15th and 16th century, began the Sacromonte construction site. Bernardino Caimi conceived the Sacromonte of Varallo as a replica of Jerusalem, which would function as a substitute for the holy place for pilgrims unable to make the journey to the Holy Land. Theologically, a replica, though spatially and temporally remote from the original, possessed the same power of the original. Although visiting a replica of the holy place was only a virtual pilgrimage, it conferred the same spiritual benefits as an actual pilgrimage in the Holy Land. In fact, for centuries, from the Middle Ages to the early modern age, replicas of the Holy Sepulchre had been built in different sites in Europe for those who could not go personally to the Palestine. Caimi conceived a more ambitious plan. He intended to build not just a replica of the Holy Sepulchre, but of all the holy places, as a complete replacement of the Holy Land for the pilgrims. Caimi's goal was actually build a new Palestine in the Alps. The place of the Holy Land had to be realized through buildings, chapels, and images, pictures, and sculpture in them. In turn, image had to reproduce the stories told in scriptures with realism and empathy. In the first project of Caimi, these places were Nazareth, the Annunciation, Bethlehem, the Nativity, Jerusalem, the Holy Sepulchre, Calvary, Stone of Atonement, Noli Me Tangere, Christ appearing to the Virgin, Gethsemane, disciple, Valley of Jehoshaphat and Cedron, tombs of the Virgin and of Joachim and Anna, Mount of Olives, the risen Christ appearing to disciple, the angel announcing her imminent death to the Virgin, the Ascension, the teaching of the Pater Noster, Mount Sion, the Last Supper, Pentecost, the Dormition, Assumption of the Virgin. The success of the Sacromonte of Varallo was immediate. On the one hand, many important artists of that time worked on this project. One for all, the great painter Gaudenzio Ferrari, author of the important painting cycle titled Story of the Life and Passion of Christ, realized in the Franciscan Church of Varallo. On the other hand, the success is confirmed by the fortune of the first guidebook, which already in the early 16th century helped to spread through Europe the fame of this devotional complex that allowed to restore the experience of pilgrimage as an itinerant contemplation of the mysteries of the life of Christ in their size and space. At the root of the Sacri Monti was thus the need for a piety that expressed itself through looks and gestures, seeing and touching, sensation and emotions, spirit and matter, soul and body. This piety found in Jesus, for Christians, true God and true man, thus the perfect synthesis of heaven and earth, its most natural and highest expression. The first development of the Sacromonte of Varallo occurred at the same time as the advent of the Protestantism. Luther, Calvin, and the other fathers of the Protestant Reformation elaborated a theological system that, although condemned by the papacy, started to widely spread in Central and Northern Europe. Among Protestant ideas, there was that about rejection of the sacred images and the prohibition of devotional practices, such as pilgrimage. As a reaction, the Catholic Church emphasized its support for devotional practice, such as pilgrimage on the worship of relics and images, addressed to Jesus, the Virgin Mary, and all the saints, which Protestants had instead censored as a form of idolatry. The confessional crisis that, from the 16th century, fractured Western Christendom passed through a geopolitical area, France, Switzerland, Germany, which were preconsciously invested by Protestant ideas, not so far from the place where the Sacro Monte of Varallo had risen. As the Alps were the mountain range that physically protected Italy, the Sacro Monte, like other sanctuaries built in the Alps at the time, was identified as a sort of bastion of Catholicism against the advancement of Protestantism, which was trying to penetrate Italy from Northern Europe to besiege even Rome. This was also the significance that the Archbishop of Milan, Charles Borromeo, one of the most important exponents of the Counter-Reformation, gave to the Sacro Monte in the second half of the 16th century. Now, on chapels, believers could find frescoed walls where were represented gaudy sacred images, or multicolored life-size statues that populated them. It was a sort of figurative Bible to contrast the Luther's principle sola scriptura. Thus, a strong commitment invested Catholics, also guaranteed by bishops in the wake of Borromeo, resolved to build new chapels into the Sacro Monte, to reorganize spaces and to enrich decorations by the best artists operating in that area. For instance, highly significant is the realization of the Piazza dei Tribunali, Tribunal Square, to reproduce a part of Jerusalem. A monumental complex was erected on the Sacro Monte, evoking the harmonious layout of the magnificent square of Italian Renaissance cities. Due to the success of Varallo, quickly neighboring areas wanted to emulate it. Although the first example, chronologically close and independent to Varallo, perhaps arising spontaneously, so without a direct influence, is in Tuscany, central Italy, Montaione, close to Florence, named the Jerusalem of San Vivaldo. Here again, we have an initiative arising in the Franciscan context in order to create a substitute pilgrimage, since the arrangement of 34 buildings in the woods is a scale replica of the urban layout of Jerusalem at the time. Instead, other pre-alpine Sacri Monte, located in an area between the current regions of Piedmont and Lombardy, were built explicitly following Varallo model. The Sacro Monte of Varallo can be considered as the real prototype of devotional complexes present with frequency in this area. For this reason, many scholars speaking about this relationship introduced the concept of system. At the turn of 16th and 17th centuries, other Sacri Monti arose in the wake of Varallo, which also offered the possibility of making substitute pilgrimages by visiting fresco chapels enriched with life-size statues. Now, when in Varallo and other Sacri Monti inspired by it, which reproduce the Holy Land, pilgrims could meditate on the mysteries of the Jesus Passion, but other Sacri Monti offered various alternatives to believers. A Crea, in the Duchy of Monferrato, a dominion later passed to the Gonzaga family of Mantua, the Sacro Monte was dedicated to the Virgin Mary. At Orta, near the lake with the same name, the Sacro Monte illustrated the stories about St. Francis of Assisi. More Sacri Monti, the construction of which were started but not completed, were dedicated to other saints. For instance, to St. Charles Borromeo, at Arona, on Lake Maggiore, and to St. John the Baptist at Andorno, close to Biella, Piedmont. The birth of all these structures we still have to mention with an image in Piedmont, Oropa, Belmonte, Giffa, Domodossola, in Lombardy, Ossuccio, and Varese, in an area exposed to the diffusion of the Protestant Reformation, suggested the interpretative category of the system. Sacri Monti, alongside other many sanctuaries, especially consecrated to the Virgin Mary, that arose in the Alpine region at the time, would have constituted religious bastions to defend Italy from the heretical infection, coming from the close Geneva, city of John Calvin, and Lutheran Germany. Now, the idea of an anti-Protestant barrier is a very effective and suggestive image. However, it should be used with caution. In fact, these Sacri Monti did not arise according to a common program or following a precise pattern. Their origin is often linked to an initiative of individuals, communities, ecclesiastical authorities, religious orders, operating in different political contexts. However, it is certainly true that a typology was defined on the model of Varallo, marked by the presence of certain standard elements that contributed to defining the typology of Sacri Monti. This concerned the choice about the place where locate them, mountainous or hilly, characterized by high ground, the possibility of following a pious itinerary, articulated in churches and chapels, a story entrusted to image, painting, and sculptures, by which the visitor could establish a sensorial relationship based on seeing and touching. Over time, Piedmont and Lombardy's Sacri Monti, whose fame was spread thanks to the guidebooks circulating throughout Europe, experienced alternative fortunes. In the 19th century, they confronted a crisis connected to a process of secularization that also involved Italy. There, religious orders, which were often entrusted with the care of the Sacri Monti, were suppressed or forced by governments to limit their activities. The result was a state of semi-abandonment of many Sacri Monti, which, without maintenance, fell into a state of neglect that compromised their fruition, as well as their integrity and preservation. Moreover, even their artistic and architectural value was slow to be recognized. In fact, Sacri Monti were long considered expression of a naive and emotional popular religiosity, which made use of the Baroque languages, judged as excessively rhetorical and redundant. Nevertheless, it was not what the English traveler Samuel Butler thought. He visited Varallo and other Sacri Monti at the end of the 19th century, and he was highly impressed by them. Thus, he proposed to include Sacri Monti as a stopover on the grand tour that English travelers made visiting Italian cities such as Rome, Florence, Venice, Naples, place that safeguarded the beauty of the classical antiquity and the Renaissance. However, Butler's proposal was ignored, and Sacri Monti continued to be forgotten by travelers, art historians, and scholars, but also by public institutions, which considered them the legacy of an anachronistic religiosity, and even by Catholic Church, engaged in promoting other places and other forms of worship. Things began to change from the 1970s for different but converging reasons. At the time, the Italian administrative system conceived the regions, administrative entities which were assigned specific competencies in the protection, management, and promotion of the environmental, cultural, and artistic heritage. These multiple forms and different meanings of heritage show a synthesis in the phenomenon of the Sacri Monti. In fact, they are considered devotional places endowed with significant architectural and artistic value. They are collocated into particularly charming landscape and environmental areas. The pre-alpine belt of Piedmont and Lombardy, with its suggestive variation of mountains, valleys, and lakes. Also interesting from a cultural and tourist point of view. Following the law on parks and nature reserve approval, in 1980, the Piedmont region constituted the Sacramento of Crea as a natural park. The same arrived 6 other Sacri Monti located in Piedmont and 2 located in Lombardy. Together, these complexes cover a total of 19.5 hectares, and each is protected by a buffer zone encompassing a total area of 721.90 hectares. The management of these areas, currently under the responsibility of the Dottoressa Francesca Giordano, who is in charge, concerned both the architectural and artistic heritage, often in need of urgent structural consolidation, restoration, and maintenance work, and the natural and environmental context, also in need of constant maintenance and redevelopment. Systematic conservation works of these groups of monuments started from 1980. All the restoration were fully conformed to modern principles of conservation and restoration theory. Attention was focused on the interiors and on the restoration of the paintings and sculpture. At the same time, the need for adequate promotion of this heritage made its way, both at level of historical, artistical knowledge and of region, also from the perspective of religious, cultural, and environmental tourism. The creation of the Documentation Center of the European Sacred Mounds, Calvaries, and Devotional Complex, having its headquarters in the Natural Park of the Sacramento of Crea, responded to these needs. Over time, the center has become an important strategic point of reference for research and promotion about Piedmont and Lombardy's Sacri Monti. Equipped with an important thematic library and an internet website, the center has also carried out an intense conference and publishing activity through the publication of brochures, books, and proceedings of international conferences. It is still important to mention the journal Atlas, published in Italian and English, that aims to link the 9 Sacri Monti, coordinated by a specific management body, but that also connects the other European devotional complexes, which, from Austria to Portugal, from Spain to Poland, presents characteristics considered similar to those of the Piedmont and Lombardy. Strategies for research and collaboration with other devotional complexes, especially Italian and European, have also been elaborated with the support of the Documentation Center's Scientific Committee, to which belong, among other experts, specialists appointed by the Italian university, in particular University of Turin and the University of Eastern Piedmont. In keeping their intrinsic religious value, the Italian Sacri Monti can be compared to landscape laboratories, classrooms without walls, museums en plein air. Thus, they can be used also for educational and scientific purpose of an environmental, historical, and artistic nature. Not without reason, in 2005, Sacri Monti received a prestigious award from the British Guild of Travel Writers, which helped to spread their fame around the world. Nevertheless, the most important and prestigious recognition for Sacri Monti came in 2003 by their inscription on the World Heritage List. This year marks the 20th anniversary of this important event. UNESCO recognition has given Sacri Monti worldwide visibility, stimulating scientific research, cultural enhancement, and tourist promotion, also aiming to involving realities from territorial, both civil and ecclesiastical. Sacri Monti have in fact historically shown a strong link with local communities, from which the resources from their construction and maintenance have often come, and which Sacri Monti have become a sign of identity. It's only with this awareness that we can fully understand the strength of the devotional proposal contained in the Sacri Monti, and therefore the commitment, the efforts, the investments made to realize it concretely. What we still admire not away, that is an astonishing manifestation of artistic and architectural beauty, must be understood first of all as an expression of a deep and involving faith, rooted in time and space, therefore capable of shaping a territory and the population living in it. To finish, according to Professor Antonio Paolucci, art historian and Italy's former Minister of Culture, there is one thing that makes Italian Sacri Monti truly spectacular and worthy of the UNESCO World Heritage safeguard: the fact that they were conceived and built at the height of our artistic narrative. During the heyday of the Sacri Monti, Italy held a leading position in Europe in figurative as well as literary and theatrical arts, including music and architecture, along with techniques of persuasion and seduction. In this sense, the Sacri Monti are masterpieces of absolute art, and their creators, architects, sculptors, painters, are the stars of their time. At the end of this lecture, I want to show a short video that summarizes, with the power of images, the beauty of this extraordinary expression of faith, art, and nature. I would like to thank the Sacred Mouse Management Authority and Canale Cultura for making this video, this collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Arigato.
Thank you indeed, Professor Paolo Cozzo. Would you please give him a big round of applause? Thank you. With this, now we're going to close off the day one of the International Symposium, the Sacred Mountains in the World and Mt.Fuji, to commemorate the 10th anniversary of Mt.Fuji, the World Heritage. We have a little information we need to share with you, and as for the tomorrow's second day, due to the domestic situations in New Zealand, 2 speakers from New Zealand could not make it to travel to Japan. So as for the presentation on the Sacred Mountains in New Zealand, and it will be held online based upon the original contents. For information, we would like to actually begin the session at 10:15. That's it. I hope you will not leave your things behind when you are leaving here. And as for the simultaneous translation receivers, make sure that you return the device to the staff people who are actually outside near the exit doors. Thank you indeed for your time. Also, now I'd like to thank the participants through the Zoom web. Thank you indeed for your kind collaboration and attention. That's it. Thank you.